U.S. that's dedicated to pursuing peace. It was founded by faith and U.S. veterans and is guided by the values of human dignity, cooperation, and dialogue as the best ways to promote understanding and common purpose. USIP, as it is known, proudly advances international religious freedom as a foundational pillar of global peace and security. The Institute has more than 300 peace prevention and peace-building programs in more than 90 countries around the world and offices in 19. During my comments this morning, I'd like to do two things. First, reflect on the dynamics and factors that are likely to drive conflict and insecurity in the next quarter century. And second, to reflect on the implications of these dynamics for the work we do to build peace. Starting with the factors driving conflict, there are three I'd like to highlight. The first is the impact the great power rivalry is and will have on creating conflict as China and Russia seek to enhance their status as major powers alongside the United States. This rivalry could take the form of conflict in regions and countries where the US, China, and Russia are attempting to expand their cultural, economic, military, and political influence. Or perhaps less likely, it could take the form of direct conflict between the powers themselves in very sensitive areas, for example, the Taiwan Strait. A second key driver of global instability and conflict is the spread of authoritarianism, the spread of new and existing extremist forces, and the ongoing threats posed by extremist movements and criminal networks. The threats posed by these forces are particularly acute in countries where the institutional mechanisms for reducing violence, for addressing popular grievances, and for managing tensions are not working effectively. The third key driver of instability and conflict are the disruptive global shocks that are and will continue to occur because of climate change, resource scarcity, and pandemics. Already, we are seeing new risks to global stability and security as countries struggle to deal with climate disasters and recover from COVID, and as major and emerging powers exploit new global inequities created by climate change, created by the pandemic, and by technological differences. In addition to these three drivers of conflict, there are other profound changes underway that will significantly impact how we build peace. Of these many changes, there are four which are particularly significant. First is the reality of global power. For the first time in 80 years, we are no longer in a unipolar or bipolar world where one or two countries exercise disproportionate influence and power. We are now in a multipolar world where multiple centers of military, political, cultural, moral, social, and economic power prevail. Second is the capacity of our existing institutional multilateral mechanisms to properly assess, mitigate, and respond to the factors that are driving conflict. It is not clear, and we should not assume, that the multilateral institutions we rely on to prevent and resolve conflicts are able now to mitigate great power rivalry, or rein in authoritarian regimes, or degrade terrorist capabilities, or control mass migration, or adapt to water scarcity and deforestation, the very things that threaten our joint existence on this planet. We have only to look at the wars in Ethiopia and Ukraine for proof of this. Third is the undermining of the rules-based international order, which the states and nations of the world constructed after the Second World War. This order continues to shape virtually all forms of international cooperation and partnership, and has been key to the enormous global advances in prosperity that have characterized our age. This order now, however, is under increasing pressure from the rebalancing of global power currently underway. Fourth is the way technology is changing the exercise of power. Digital technology is truly empowering individuals in unprecedented ways, but at the same time, it is also being used to create new forms of authoritarian repression. The new cyber technologies and weapons, almost none of which are regulated under international convention or treaties, are capable of causing mass disruption to the normal, balanced functioning of societies, and if used during conflict, causing destruction on an unimaginable scale. It is profoundly worrying that multiple non-state actors have access to these weapons and are likely to use them without sanction or restraint. The pressing question for all of us who build peace as we enter this new age of conflict and instability is how we should engage with each other in partnership so that we can, as a community, help to chart a clear course and path to peace, prosperity, and stability. I hope you will allow us to share three possibilities. The first is a mediator partnership. This would involve establishing an interfaith group of mediators who know each other well and can be immediately deployed to areas where conflict is likely or has already erupted. We're already seeing something like this in Ukraine, where the Orthodox Church of Ukraine and the recently formed Ukrainian Orthodox Church, sometimes referred to as the Moscow Patriarch, have been facilitating dialogues across Ukraine and Russia. A forum like the Abu Dhabi Forum is a perfect place to help establish and facilitate this kind of interfaith group of mediators. The second idea builds on the work that has been done in the past 9 years by this forum to build an international interfaith alliance of peace leaders, facilitated by His Excellency Sheikh bin Baya, an alliance that engages with the multilateral institutions that are dedicated to peace. As you may already be aware, there are currently more than 125 different multilateral institutions and instruments in the world that are dedicated to preventing and resolving peace. These include international trade institutions that help to mitigate economic inequality, arms control treaties that limit the use of the weapons of mass destruction, UN agencies that deliver humanitarian help, help control mass migration, and negotiate peace agreements. It also includes international courts of justice that sanction and punish violators of human rights and the perpetrators of mass atrocities. Many options were created at a different time to address a different set of global problems. The task in front of us now is to assess which of these institutions is working well, which need to be adapted, and which new ones, like the Marrakesh Declaration, are needed. One of the truly important, unique roles that an international interfaith alliance plays is to develop an archaeology of knowledge of peace institutions as His Excellency Sheikh bin Baya guided us to do in his 2018 framing speech for this forum. This archaeology could involve the International Interfaith Alliance in assessing and guiding our global institutions of peace on how to deepen and implement their commitment to the universal values of virtue, unity of species, equality and human dignity, cultivation of commonalities, and rejection of differentiation. The third aspect of partnership involves reaching out and enjoining with youth and community networks and groups all over the world, in every region and place where conflict threatens prosperity, goodwill, and stability. The International Interfaith Alliance being built through this forum can play a central role in mentoring, engagement, training, and celebration with the networks and groups dedicated to peace and noble human values. I hope you will allow me to end with a personal reflection. Before joining the United States Institute for Peace, I worked for the United Nations for 25 years. I served in 12 wars across the world, either directly on the front line or as a leader of international assistance to provide aid, cease hostilities, and protect civilians. There were many things about war that I never understood and never will. But there is one thing that is clear to anyone who has seen war and to all people of faith. There is no higher goal for humankind than ending conflict, securing peace despite the obstacles and difficulties, protecting and nurturing that peace, and then gifting it to the next generation. I would like to thank and express our deep debt of gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for their hospitality in hosting us, and to His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya for presiding over our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for that enlightening insight, Liz. The next speaker is Lord Woolnews, well known to the forum, a friend of the forum. John was a Member of Parliament for 9 years, now a Member of the House of Lords, independent advisor on political violence and disruption, and also the UK Prime Minister's envoy on trade to Tanzania. And if any of that's wrong, I'm sure he's going to correct me in a moment. John has many years of experience at the highest levels in British politics, and we worked together when he was the advisor to Gordon Brown, and indeed John Hutton as well. He's played a significant role in countering violent extremism and focusing on ISIS as well. Almost a perfect CV until you find out that he supports Sheffield Wednesday Football Club. But nobody's perfect. John, without further ado, would welcome you up here to say a few words. Well, I mean, if you're more comfortable there, that's okay as well. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Shahid. And it's great to see the leadership role that you are playing in the forum, given how much such contribution to public life that you gave the Member of Parliament and still are. Now, it's a huge pleasure to be here. It's an honour to participate in this. Lisa, I have to say you you spoke with such eloquence and authority that I'm partly tempted just to say I agree with you entirely and leave it at that. But given how kind the hospitality has been in bringing me over here, let me just add a few reflections onto what you said so powerfully on the conflicts that we face. Let me just think a little more about the role of faith within those conflicts, which you set out importantly at the end, the role of faith in mitigating conflict, in bringing us forward, in giving a response to the challenges that we so obviously face across the world. And I mean, let me say that the leadership of Sheikh bin Bayer in bringing us all here and presenting that alternative pathway, rejecting violence in the Muslim world and bringing faith together so powerfully, particularly this week in you so generously hosting the British Chief Rabbi, is such an important alternative path to the different ways that are being presented for the world by, as you say, the conflict in Ukraine, from Russia's war in Ukraine, and also the security challenge to the world of China. And if you think about the ways in which faith is being misused and oppressed within those conflicts, I think it sets even more starkly the power and the importance of what the Peace Forum is doing and the alternative which it gives them. You have that vision of the past in many ways in what Russia is doing in Ukraine, the complete abrogation of the laws that are there to govern peaceful coexistence between states, but the mismanagement of the twisting and misrepresentation of religion within that conflict gives that sense of where religion can be misused to justify violence and conquest and the abrogation of the international rule of law, which is so important in binding us together. And then with China, you see not the past, but an alternative future, unless we can all work together to present a different and more powerful vision. You have a future where potentially the rule of law is not respected in the way that we know that it must be, but also that the expression of faith and the human right of people to exercise their faith are systematically oppressed. And you're seeing that in China's treatment of Uyghur people right now. And I think it is very important that the international community does not falsely, wrongly, naively believe that would be an internalized version of what the country do, and that it would not affect faith across the rest of the world as China's power grows. And so the tolerance and the respect and the mutual coexistence and the rejection of violence, which is led by His Excellency Sheikh bin Bayer over so many years, and which the Forum continues to champion, is so fundamentally important as a challenge to those profoundly destabilizing currents. And I think it is it is incumbent on all governments who do not want to go down those roads to continue to consider fully the role of faith and supporting faith as a counter and as a foundation to the stable, peaceful and respectful world that we want to build, that we know is being challenged.
Thank you, John. I'm now going to, because I'm getting comfortable as well, John, so I'll sit here as well. Now I'm going to introduce a veteran journalist and political analyst, and veteran not in terms of age, but in terms of the quality of experience that he's acquired over many, many years. A hugely respected figure in the Arab world and beyond. A man with great capacity to write. In fact, I believe you're writing 2 books as we currently speak. Both of them incredibly pertinent to today. I think one is on why young Arab men in particular, exclusively probably, went to Afghanistan. And the other one is looking at Arab policies in counter-terrorism. So we certainly look forward to the final copies, and we'll be discussing them in future, no doubt. But if you would like to just share with us your thoughts on this very important subject. Let's give him a round of applause. I think that's a good way to start.
Is it working? Yes. شكرا، والشكر موصول لمنتدى أبوظبي للسلم وللشيخ عبد الله بن بية على إتاحة هذه الفرصة لنا جميعا ولي بشكل خاص لنتكلم عن السلام. وللأسف أذكركم بأن موضوع السلام ليس موضوعا يوميا في الإعلام أو في أحاديث الناس، بل نحن مشغولون بما يحصل من صراعات، سواء كانت على مستوى إقليمي أو على مستوى دولي كما هو اليوم بالنسبة إلى حرب أوكرانيا. عندما تكون الحروب أو الصراعات على هذا المستوى بين الدول الكبرى لا يعود هناك ذكر للسلام، وبالتالي مثل هذا المنتدى له دور كبير ومستمر، ولابد من الإصرار عليه، لابد من الإصرار على يعني قيم السلام بين الشعوب وبين الأديان. لكن ككل مراقب، وأنا كصحفي مراقب، ككل مراقب يحب أن يرى مثل هذه الثقافة التي نعيش فيها داخل هذه القاعة تتعمم أكثر، تنتشر أكثر، ليس فقط على مستوى الشعوب ومستوى المجتمعات، لكن أيضا لماذا لا تكون أيضا على مستوى الدول؟ في السنوات القليلة الماضية عشنا كابوس الإرهاب عندما كان في ذروته، وهو لا يزال حتى الآن ماثلا. لكن عندما تتطرف الدول نفسها، من يمكن أن يعالج مثل هذه المشكلة؟ مشكلة داعش أو القاعدة أو أي مجموعات إرهابية وجهت بتحالف دولي، وجهت بأكثر من وسيلة، معظمها عسكري وأمني. لكن عندما تتطرف الدول نفسها وتذهب إلى مثل هذا الصراع الذي نعيشه حاليا، فالتساؤل هو من؟ هل هي المؤسسة الدينية هنا وهناك؟ هل هي مؤسسات السلام كالتي ترأسها السيدة العزيزة ليز جراندي؟ من؟ ولذلك أنا كنت مسرورا جدا عندما سمعت اقتراح السيدة جراندي بالنسبة إلى الشراكة الوسيطة، لأن هذا ما نفتقده حاليا. من هي مجموعة الدول التي يمكن أن تؤثر على روسيا والولايات المتحدة والدول الأوروبية والصين لكي تجنح إلى السلام؟ كيف وبأي وسيلة؟ ومن هي هذه الدول التي تستطيع أو المؤسسات التي تستطيع أن تقوم بذلك؟ العالم بحاجة فعلا إلى هذا الدور الوسيط الذي يجب أن لا يغيب إطلاقا. فبالتالي إذا كان موضوعنا هو النظام الدولي الجديد والتحديات الأمنية، فنحن أمام أكبر تحدي. أصبح الحديث، مجرد الحديث عن استخدام السلاح النووي شيئا عاديا، وتحدد فيه أنواع الأسلحة النووية التي يمكن أو لا يمكن أن تستخدم. إذن دخلنا في مرحلة نحن ذاهبون إلى السماح، إلى التعايش، إلى قبول مثل هذا التحدي الكبير الذي فيه إفناء للبشر. فيجب التحرك بسرعة وبسرعة كبيرة وبمسؤولية كبيرة. أنا أعتقد بأن أكبر تحدي حاليا عدا موضوع الرعب الذي يثيره السلاح النووي، أكبر تحدي هو أن تصل الأزمة الدولية أو الأزمات الدولية إلى تهديد غذاء البشر، أو حتى تهديد البشر في إمكانية تسيير حياتهم من خلال التنقل، من خلال استخدام الطاقة. هذا أعتبره أنا من أكبر التحديات حقيقة، وتحديات من أكبر التحديات الأمنية، لأنها ستثير الكثير من الأزمات، من الصراعات التي يمكن أن تتفجر بشكل أمني هنا وهناك، على مستوى اجتماعي، على مستوى يعني خلافات داخلية داخل كل بلد تنعكس على مثل هذه الأزمات. وبالتالي لا أحد يفكر تماما في تداعيات الأزمة الغذائية، ولا أحد يفكر على مستوى دولي. أقول ربما هنا نحن مهمومون بهذه الأزمات، لكن من هو صاحب السلطة لكي يعالج أو لكي يخفف من إمكانية التفجرات الاجتماعية التي يمكن أن تحدثها هذه الأزمة؟ أيضا لا أريد أن أذكر بأنه الحروب الصغيرة هي التي أيضا تصنع الحروب الكبيرة، وبالتالي كم أهملنا النزاعات الإقليمية وتركناها تتمادى وتتفجر ومن دون أي علاج حقيقي. عند العرب 4 دول مأزومة أو ربما 5، وهناك مشكلة مزمنة لم يصل إلى حلها بعد. أنا أعتقد بأن تحالف الأديان أو تفاهم الأديان الذي يحدث من مثل هذا اللقاء وغيره الكثير لابد أن يؤثر بشكل أو بآخر في حل القضية الفلسطينية، لأنها ليست فقط قضية شعب، وليست فقط قضية يعني الشعب اليهودي الذي يريد أن يجد وطنه الموعود، إنها قضية حقوق إنسان بكل جوهر حقوق الإنسان. وهذا ما عاشه العالم العربي طوال هذه العقود، لكن لا أحد التفت إلى أن العرب في داخلهم، في وجدانهم، يعانون من هذه القضية، حتى ولو لم يسموها حقوق إنسان، حتى لو لم يسموها، لكن كل عربي في قرارة نفسه يقول إذا وقع هذا الظلم من إسرائيل فمن الطبيعي أن يقع الظلم علي من أبناء بلدي أيضا. وبالتالي هناك شيء انتشر في هذه المنطقة وصنع لها مستقبلا سيئا نعيشه الآن. لا بد من تغيير هذا المستقبل، وأعتقد بأن مؤسسات كهذه لا بد أن يكون لها مساهمة، لا بد أن تنعكس بالأخص على سياسات إسرائيل، ولعل الاتفاقات السلام التي أقامتها الإمارات والبحرين ودول أخرى يعني تعطي للإسرائيليين فكرة جديدة عن أنفسهم، عن دورهم، عن ما يجب أن تكون سياساتهم في المستقبل. هذه قضية إذا تم حلها بمساهمة من مؤسسات مثل منتدى أبوظبي للسلم، هذه سيكون إنجازا تاريخيا للمنطقة وللعالم. وشكرا.
Last, but by no means least, on my left, probably not politically, but physically, we can debate about that later. My old and dear friend, Adama Dieng, who has had numerous very, very important roles. His last role before the current one that he's engaged in was actually as the UN's Special Envoy on Genocide, where he did a magnificent job in an almost impossible role. And we had the honour of listening to him in the UK Parliament just a couple of years ago, and people still remember your input there. You made quite an impact. Currently, he's president of the Pan-African Alliance on Transparency and the Rule of Law, which he thinks, and I agree, are critical areas for Africa to develop, but actually for practically anywhere to develop. We've got to remember, these are no longer and can no longer be stereotyped as developing world challenges. As we've seen in the US, the January the 6th insurrection, we've seen madness in the UK, embarrassing for us all. So the world has changed, and I think Lise in her introduction was kind of alluding to that it isn't as simple as it used to be, or as we used to think it was. It's extremely, extremely complex. But I'd love you to share with us your pearls of wisdom on this incredibly important issue.
Well, thank you very much, my dear brother. Well, he's trying to warm me, but I think I'm already heated by what I have listened from my predecessors, and particularly the powerful keynote address delivered by my longtime friend and former colleague, Ms. Grande. So I miss her when I travel last in Washington, but I will have the pleasure to see her at the end of this month when I will deliver the inaugural lecture of the Abdulaziz Said, at the American University, who passed away last year and who's well known as the one who founded the Islamic studies at the American University. But let me first say that how delighted I am this morning to, after COVID, come again to the Forum of Abu Dhabi for Peace. And to start by saying that partnership is the new leadership. Partnership is a responsibility, and I think Sheikh Abdallah bin Bayyah has understood that long before. Indeed, the United Nations owes to Sheikh Abdallah bin Bayyah the plan of action for religious leaders to prevent incitement to violence that could lead to atrocity crimes. As you may know, this plan known as the First Plan of Action was made possible thanks to not only the financial support of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer, but also for enabling me in my then position as Joint Secretary General in charge of prevention of genocide to connect with religious leaders throughout the world. And today, the team of this 9th Assembly demonstrate also the vision of Sheikh. Because if you start from the first Assembly until today, you will realize that finally the quest for peace is not limited to a particular group of societies or nations. Rather, it is a quest for anti-humanity. And in other words, peace is a concept that transcends all borders of heritage, religion, or culture. And I think no one better than Sheikh has shown clearly when a few years ago he was addressing American citizens, and I think those words can apply, as a matter of fact, to all peoples around the world. And I quote him, "We need to build on our shared values, because every time we build on something that we share with the general society, we build a lasting peace and a lasting sort of strong civic involvement between all of us. Every time we focus more on preserving our specific identity than the general identity, then that's where we have a tension." And I think this statement of the Sheikh applies, as I say, not only to the American, but to all human beings. It shows that the most serious threat to our humanity is not what Huntington theorized under the so-called clashes of civilization, but rather what I call the clashes of ignorances. Had we listened to the voice of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer, which echoes the African philosophy of Ubuntu, that places emphasis on being self through others, we would have succeeded, and I'm sure you would agree with me, to reduce drastically the tension we are facing in this world. And today, we are haunted by the turn of events in Ukraine, as all the preceding speakers highlighted, with these senseless killings, executions, beheadings, rape, burning of defenseless victims' mass graves, and with streets littered with corpses and shocking images of butcher and elsewhere. And it is no longer a war, it is a butchery. And already at the very beginning of the conflict, I fear it, the deep implication of the before and after of the war in Ukraine, just as the leader of that time remained tormented to this day by the historical failure and implication of the before and after of the events in Bosnia and Rwanda. The madness of ongoing events in Ukraine raised fears that we could get closer to an even greater horror. And that's why I think the 9th Assembly of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace is taking place at a time when multilateralism is under severe strain, while the conflict of Ukraine has once more demonstrated the perils of great power competition and the resulting consequences around the world. from Syria to Iraq, to Yemen, Afghanistan, to Libya, among many others, whose consequences and suffering caused on the people of these countries are no less than those in Ukraine. The ongoing devastation in the Sahel region, which continues to cause massive displacement and suffering of millions, is also a reminder, if we need any, that simply interdicting refugees in the Mediterranean Sea and elsewhere won't work, and it has not worked before. So the devastating impact of COVID, as we were reminded yesterday by Sheikh Abdallah bin Beya, has shown definitely that the world of the privileged shifted to Zoom online mode, and a luxury, of course, which millions around the world could not afford. So the consequences of climate change are real. The ongoing drought in the Horn and of Somalia in particular, I mean the massive heat waves in Europe, the flooding in different parts of the world, as we have seen in Pakistan, while the suffering of might be different from the rich and the poor. Without urgent action, consequences of climate change would impact on us all. So all these challenges, of course, while may seem unsurmountable, all they have in common is that humanity has profoundly failed to live up to the promise of the United Nations Charter, a document that was founded on a call for solidarity and collaboration in addressing challenges facing our common humanity. But how to address what I call big picture issue? The UN Charter remains our realistic hope to address these challenges. Indeed, humanity is never short of institutional and policy framework to address these issues. It is simply lack of political will. And my appeal to the big powers, they have to work the talk. They cannot ask others to follow international rule of law for respect the UN Charter when they don't do so themselves, or they do it when it is convenient to them or their national interest. Human rights matter to all, and irrespective of one's color, social status, or any other identifying element, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights remains our bedrock in recognizing and fulfilling our obligation toward each other as a human family. We cannot consciously condemn human rights violations when they are committed by our own detractors, but remain silent when the culprits are those who share our interests. But again, let's be careful. We cannot simply elevate local or national values and interests and cast them as universally shared values. As a human family, we need a candid conversation so that we don't sacrifice the good in pursuit of the elusive best. And we have seen recently some attack against human rights. Norms and values which were considered as a fait accompli are now being challenged, contested. You have seen it following the early days of the crisis in Ukraine, when you had two types of human beings, one side the European, the other side the non-European. So it was a selective process of accepting people who were fleeing out of Ukraine to avoid being killed. So I will end with this word to simply say that most of today's conflict are in poor countries. But truth is, impacts are felt even in developed and richer countries. We need, therefore, sustainable and human solutions to these challenges. For example, simply blocking asylum seekers at high seas is not a solution to this inhuman experience. And that's where I think the call made yesterday by Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer, that in all religious leaders in every single country write a piece on a message devoted to peace is one thing. But I will go further to recommend that from this capital, Abu Dhabi, we manage to start a strong movement like the one we were part those days to prevent, to call for the end of the war in Vietnam. I would like that this message of peace, which Abdullah bin Bayer is proposing, be the beginning of a starting of a one-day world demonstration by all people around the world, led by religious leaders, faith leaders, and we have our sister Azakaram with Religion for Peace, who can lend her effort, because we have to show the world leaders that we are fed up with this ongoing war. We are fed up with the injustice going on. We want this world to change. We want back our humanity. I thank you once again, my dear brother, and I call for action. Enough of words. Let's act. Let's get the people to stand up, to demonstrate just for peace, for all, in all countries around the world. Because we see the impact of the war in Ukraine today in our respective countries, in Africa particularly, where people today are facing famine because of the difficulties created by this war. So let's translate the message of Sheikh into action. I thank you.
Perhaps we'll have a quick bit of dialogue here, and then we'll hopefully get some questions in. Just actually want to acknowledge Sheikh Hamza there. It's always a pleasure to be in his presence. To my mind, the most significant and influential scholar that we've produced in the West or in the Muslim minority world. So thank you for being here. Look, I found this fascinating because people are saying the same thing and they're saying different things. And you're starting to see where some of the fault lines are. You know, I mean, I would ask, I mean, the important question I think is home truths for everybody. Are we big enough to take on these home truths? What are they? And probably, you know, are we big enough to act afterwards? I mean, Adama there has given a call to action. How many will act? Who will act? How will they act? But also, I think the pendulum has shifted undoubtedly to the east, to the internet, to different norms, and to none of the above. So we're living in quite a complex world at the moment. But I think I would ask, I mean, just based on what some of the speakers have said, it's clear, and I accept it as well, that we in the West, we often speak about values, but then we act with vested interest. And Lise spoke about a number of the international institutions that are there to protect and safeguard and enforce equality, fairness and justice. Quite often we see them being very selective in how they implement this equality, this fairness and this justice. And I think one of the reasons why I think we in the West have lost the kind of influence and to a degree the respect perhaps that we had is that because of education, because of social media, because of the media, because of mass communication, it's no longer possible to get away with saying one thing and doing another. And I think in many ways, these are some of the home truths for us in the West. Equally, I've got to say, there are home truths for people in the East. And I think Adam had just an excellent point at the end. When we speak about universal values, whose values are we speaking about? And can we accommodate people who perhaps don't wholly buy into what we might regard as universal values? And if so, how? But these are just a few things I've thrown out. Obviously, the broad heading for the first one is really kind of the double standards. Anywhere you go in the Muslim world, for sure, you're going to hear double standards, double standards. How do we take this off the table so that we can focus on other things? And it's a huge challenge, but at least you started this, so I'm not blaming you, but you started this, and I think you set out brilliantly the kind of infrastructure and architecture that is kind of required moving forward. And I think Adama was alluding to, and I think both John and Abdul were talking really about a place where you can have the kind of dialogue. This is one of those unique spaces where you can do that. But how do we practically move forward? I'm sorry, it's not an easy question. Yes? I'm not picking on you.
I think also.
I think.
Can we just press? There we go. I think we're on. I think what was so interesting about the way that many of our colleagues have posed the problem was to touch on the lack of confidence that people have in institutions when those institutions are not shown to act on the basis of the values that they purport. So when you have institutions that say, we believe in accountability, we believe in cooperation, and then perform very differently, it should come as no surprise to any of us that confidence in those institutions declines. Now, one of the hugely important roles that an alliance of faith leaders can provide is to guide those institutions on the kind of behavior which wins the confidence of people. So when we see international courts of justice that selectively apply sanctions against only some perpetrators, but not others, when we see courts of justice that single out perpetrators from one part of the world and ignore the atrocities that are committed by people from other parts of the world, of course, people will not have confidence in them. And it can be the very special role of faith leaders to say to those institutions, this is not acceptable. What you are doing is not correct. You must change course and apply equally the values that you purport to everyone. At the moment, that conversation happens not necessarily by faith leaders. It happens primarily from within the institutions, and it's clearly not an impactful enough conversation. And it could be a role that forums like the Abu Dhabi Peace Forum and other forums and networks of religious leaders could do to great effect.
Just really briefly on building on that, there is that sort of there's a strand of old-fashioned classical Western liberalism which saw religion as part of the problem and something which would naturally wither away as societies advanced, and religion was what drove extremism, and you can end up in that situation with a value system which isn't actually connected into the communities in which it needs to serve. And so, again, bring it back to why what you are doing in your communities here and what the leadership of this forum is trying to bring together is, yes, absolutely, it challenges, it is forms of faith which challenge institutions, but also can properly embed the values of peaceful coexistence root them within the communities, which is ultimately the only way in which you are effectively going to challenge that extremism, whether it comes from a distortion of faith, which is what the scholar Sheikh bin Bayer has set his life against in the Islamic context, or it comes from that extreme version of anti-religious statism, which you are seeing in China with and potentially other parts of the world with this suppression of religion. But it shows the importance of vibrant faith rooted in communities.
I just got a message from the organisers. They said you got 2 more hours. Is that right? As ever, we started 40 minutes late, but we've got to finish on time. But that's never going to happen while I'm chairing, so it's going to be 5 or 10 minutes over for sure. I'm a very poor chair. What I want to do is actually just allow 2 questions, if I may. If there are 2 people who have a question, we'd love to hear it, and then perhaps we'll. If you can identify one person on the panel for the sake of time who you want to answer that question, that would be helpful. Do we have any questions? We've got the gentleman on my right. We got any ladies anywhere who wish to ask her in the interest of balance? No? Okay. So we've got the gentleman on the right, and who else had their hand up? Okay. We got 2 here, 3 apart. Yeah, got you. So if you want to just, I'm not sure if you're going to get a mic or not. I'm sure your voice will land here one way or another.
شكرا جزيلا على إتاحة الفرصة، وشكر خاص لمعالي الوزير على هذه الإدارة الشفافة لهذه الجلسة، والشكر موصول لكل زملائه الكرام على هذا الطرح الشفاف. أخوكم الدكتور عبد الله الشريكة، مدير مركز تعزيز الوسطية بمجلس الوزراء بدولة الكويت، وهو المركز المعني والمختص بمحاربة الفكر المتطرف والإرهاب. حقيقة أريد فقط أن أثني على سؤال معالي الوزير للأخت الكريمة من جهة الشفافية في التعامل. نحن وبكل صراحة نفتقد الثقة في الكثير من المنظمات الدولية والمؤسسات، لأننا لا نجد، وهذا لسان حال الشارع العربي، لا نجد إنصافا في التعامل، ولا نجد التزاما بالمبادئ والقيم التي ينادون بها. ولما سألت الأخت الكريمة عن كيفية تحقيق الثقة، الجواب بسهولة من خلال المصداقية في التعامل. فمن غير المعقول أن يكون التعامل مع مشكلة في الشرق مختلفا عن التعامل مع مشكلة في الغرب، وأن يكون هناك تعامل مزدوج مع اللاجئين أو المشردين بسبب الحروب في الشرق مختلفا عن التعامل مع المشردين أو ضحايا الحروب في الغرب كما نراه واضحا. المرجو من الجميع أن يكون هناك شفافية ووضوح حتى نتمكن نحن من خلال منابرنا أن ندعو الناس للثقة والتعامل مع مثل هذه المؤسسات. شكرا جزيلا على إتاحة الفرصة. والسؤال هو للأخت الكريمة مرة أخرى: هل هي فعلا مقتنعة أو لا ترى هذه الازدواجية في التعامل مع الحروب في الشرق والحروب في الغرب أم لا؟ شكرا جزيلا.
When I worked with the United Nations, Excellency, I served in 12 different wars. If you were a civilian and you were caught in a war that the West didn't care about, you received this much assistance. You received very little chance to be resettled in a place of safety. If you were a civilian caught in a war in a country the West cared about, you received this much assistance. As my good friend Adama said, you were welcomed anywhere you wanted to go for safety. This distinction is not lost on anyone. Everyone sees it. Everyone understands that if God has put you on this planet here, you're treated one way. God has placed you here. The nations of mankind treat you differently. As faith leaders, we know this is wrong. We know this is not what was intended. And this is why the advocacy of faith leaders and calling for moral consistency in the universal application of the same principles is unique, singular, and urgent.
Thank you. Can I first apologise? Oh, you've got the mic. Okay.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. المتحدث بروفيسور خضر عبد الباقي محمد، مدير المركز النيجيري للبحوث العربية. الحرب أعتقد أن من الأفضل.
If you just make one point, please.
No problem.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
أعتقد من الأفضل أن نفكر في الجهات الأخرى التي تعمل في الخفاء لإشعال نار الحرب، وتلك الجهات قوية بل لها نفوذ على صناع القرار السياسي، مثل الشركات الدولية النشاط التي تعمل في مجال صناعة الأسلحة. هذه الجهات هي مثل المتغيرات الوسيطة التي قد لا تظهر كمتغيرات أساسية في العلن. هذه الجهات يجب أن تكون لها أو يكون في خطابنا حضور وتركيز عليها. أما النقطة الثانية بشكل سريع، نريد من علاقادة الدينيين أن يكفوا علينا شوية، لأنهم خاصة المؤدلجين الذين يستخدمون الدين، والذين كل ما حصلت مشكلة إنما هم وراء هذه المشاكل. فقط يجب أننا نتحدث إلى هؤلاء أن يرحمونا ويرحموا شعوبنا. والسلام عليكم.
Thank you very much for two very, very pertinent points. I just want to finish by quoting a figure from the civil rights movement in the US, Martin Luther King, who said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And that's as powerful today as it was then. I also want to thank John, who always is so insightful and thoughtful and deep, and we love him dearly, and we're pleased that he's here today. Abdul Wahab, who obviously has got huge experience just from his contributions. You could see that he was on the streets, he understood the pulse of the people on the streets. Adam, who I think did a brilliant job of forensically identifying some of the key triggers that are huge problems that we have to deal with. Lise, for presenting us with a magnificent framework at the beginning and for her contributions throughout. And of course, all of you for bearing with us. And our two questioners, because I thought both questions were excellent. And I'm sorry we haven't got longer, but I've already got a bad track record for letting these things go on for longer than they should. So I better stop now. Thank you ever so much. A round of applause for all the speakers.
Thank you.
نشكر معالي شاهد مالك والأعضاء على هذه الجلسة. حضورنا الكرام، نستأنف الورش العلمية بعد الاستراحة، وسيكون ذلك في تمام الساعة 11:00. فإلى ذلك الحين نستودعكم الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
منظمة الأمن والتعاون في أوروبا، والتي عملت على قضايا أوروبية متنوعة ذات العلاقة بمشروعات السلم وتعزيز السلم. وفي أكتوبر عام 2021 ما بعد كورونا 18% من رؤساء البعثات كانوا من النساء، وعملوا في الحقيقة بمعدل 3 من النساء مقابل 17 قائد في تعزيز عمليات السلم. وتهدف استراتيجية الأمم المتحدة الموحدة لضمان العدل في تمكين المرأة في أخذ حقوقها في دعم مبادرات السلم. وفي أكتوبر 11% من قادة عمليات حفظ السلام كانت من النساء. وتهدف استراتيجية الأمم المتحدة للمساواة بين الجنسين على الحفاظ على التنوع أن تكون تقريبا النصف بين المرأة والرجل لدعم السلام من خلال المرأة. لماذا هذا كله؟ ولماذا يتجه العالم إلى تعزيز دور المرأة في حفظ السلام وتمكين المبادرات التي تقودها المرأة؟ ما الذي يحدث حين يغيب السلام عن المرأة؟ ربما تكون الصعوبات التي تواجهها المرأة في غياب السلم أكبر من الصعوبات والمعاناة التي يعانيها الرجل. فحينما يغيب الرجل في الحروب وغيرها في القيام بأموره العسكرية، فإن المرأة تتعرض لأنواع مختلفة من ويلات الحروب، من اضطهاد وقتل واغتصاب وتهجير وغيره، بالإضافة لمهامها الأسرية في الحفاظ على الأسرة والحفاظ على كبار السن. فللمرأة أكثر من دور في الحفاظ على السلم في غياب الرجل. فاتجهت الكثير من الدول والكثير من المنظمات إلى تمكين المرأة والتعريف بدورها، وهذا في الحقيقة ما هدفت إليه هذه الجلسة. كيف نمكن المرأة وكيف نساعدها الرجال، وما الصعوبات والتحديات التي تعرضت لها المرأة، وما قصص النجاحات التي نستطيع أن نبني عليها. واليوم سترون خلال المشاركات في الجلسة التنوع الكبير والخبرات الكثيرة الموجودة في هذه الجلسة. يسعدني معكم أن أرحب بالمشاركات في هذه الجلسة ليتحدثن اليوم حول قصص الرجال، حول العوائق التي واجهتهم، وحول الممكنات التي تستطيع المرأة من خلالها أن تعزز مشروعات السلم، ولماذا نريد للمرأة فعلا أن تتمكن وتحقق السلم. في البداية اسمح لي أن أشارك أن أرحب بالمقررة اليوم معنا سيريا ديفيس، وستكون المقررة وسوف تأخذ جميع الملاحظات لتخرج بعد ذلك في التقرير. سأرحب بكل متحدثة على حسب دورها في الحديث، وسوف تتحدث كل متحدثة لمدة 10 دقائق فقط حول محور من المحاور، ثم نرجع لهن بعد ذلك في كلمة ختامية للتفكير إلى 3 دقائق. المتحدثة الأولى معي الأستاذة عقيلة أحمد. الأستاذة عقيلة أحمد هي عضو فريق العمل الحكومي الشعبي المحلي بمناهضة الكراهية الموجهة إلى المسلمين في المملكة المتحدة، وهي حاصلة على ماجستير في دراسات المنتل أو الصحة العقلية في جامعة ووكنز كوليدج لندن، وهي سيدة أعمال ورائدة ومؤسسة لكثير من الأعمال الاجتماعية في هذا المجال. في الحقيقة بالنسبة للأستاذة عقيلة سوف تركز الكلمة حول الإليمنت.
It's a real privilege and honour to be here today, and My name is Nikita Arnold, and I'm the founder of an online women's platform called She Speaks for the UK. The aim of that platform is to celebrate Muslim women in the UK, but also to connect them to women of all faiths and all backgrounds in the UK. I'm going to share with you my perspectives based on the work that I have done over the last 20 years, working with Muslim women and women of all faiths online. I think from the outset it should be said that women actually are already doing the work of being agents for peace. But often this work is their vital contributions to community cohesion, to interfaith, to building resilience in communities is not spoken about, it's unheard, and often it's not recognised. And this is mostly because women too often are just getting on with it, they're getting the job done, and they're doing it quietly,
without any fanfare and without any need for recognition. But this means then that because this work is just being done quietly, that we don't often hear about it, and then other women can't learn how to become agents for peace, even though they're already doing this critical role. And so I think the first step in empowering women and enabling them to work proactively and to be seen as leaders, and to be recognized for the huge amounts of work that they do in easing community tensions, for example, or building communities and community cohesion. The first step then is to recognize the work that they're doing and recognize how critical this work is. And not only now in the present time, but to also recognize the important contributions that women have made throughout history. And if we're thinking about Muslim women, I think it's so important to recognize the contributions that Muslim women have made to Islamic history, whether that's business or medicine or being part of the first state in Medina. These stories, there are so many and there are countless, but we don't hear about them. And it's so important to hear about them so that women can, and not just women, but everybody can relate to their important contributions and recognize their standing and authority in society now and throughout time. So I mentioned that I work in the UK, and I'm going to tell you about some examples where I've worked with women to enable them, if you like, to become agents for peace. And I want to focus on a particular example of where I worked with women to stand up in solidarity at a time when it would have been very difficult for them to do so, and very brave. So some of you might remember or might know that in 2017, the UK suffered several terrorist attacks. The first of these attacks was an attack on Westminster Bridge in the heart of London, very close to Parliament. Now, following this terrorist incident, a woman in hijab was photographed walking alongside an injured person after the attack. This photo of this woman wearing hijab on her phone went viral, and it went viral for negative reasons. It went viral because some people in the media and others basically were saying that this woman was a Muslim woman. She'd seen this horrendous attack take place, and she didn't care. She was just walking past on her phone. And the fact that this photo received so much negative coverage, the fact that after terrorist incidents, there's often a spike in hate crime against people who are, and if we're thinking about attacks carried out Muslims, then there are spikes in hate crime against people who are visibly Muslim after terrorist incidents, meant that a lot of the Muslim women that I work with and that I speak to around the UK were feeling quite anxious and fearful that they would be targeted in reprisal attacks.
run a podcast, and this podcast showcases Muslim women who helps women when they give birth.
أود أولاً أن أتقدم بخالص التحية والاحترام والتقدير إلى صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان الموقر، وإلى دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة المحروسة بعين الله ورعايته، وأخلص الشكر والامتنان إلى معالي الشيخ عبدالله بن بية والأخوة الكرام في منتدى أبوظبي للسلم على الدعوة الكريمة الطيبة لحضور هذا المؤتمر البالغ الأهمية. ويسعدني أن أنقل إليكم مباركة صاحب السماحة شيخ العقل لطائفة الموحدين الدروز الشيخ الدكتور سامي أبي المنى، وتحيات إخواننا الموحدين في لبنان قيادة وشعبا، والذين يحملون في قلوبهم ووجدانهم أطيب مشاعر الود والوفاء لدولة الإمارات العزيزة بما لها من فضل لا يوفى وجميل لا يقدر على الكثير من أبنائنا المخلصين لهذا البلد الأشم إخلاصهم لوطنهم الأم، سائلين الله تعالى أن يبارك لكم في سعيكم المشكور، وأن يوفقكم في نهضتكم الرائدة، وأن يمدكم بعونه في كل ما تبذلونه في سبيل الإسلام الأصيل وحضارته الأثيلة، وفي سبيل الأخوة الإنسانية والسلام. إنها لفرصة ثمينة لنا حضور هذا المؤتمر الهام في مواضيعه وأهدافه وموقعه في السياق العام للمواجهة التي تخوضها أمتنا العزيزة باسم السلام الحقيقي. ولا غرو في هذا، فنحن أمة تعلمت أن السلام اسم من أسماء الله الحسنى، أي سلام الحق والخير والعدالة بالمعاني الروحية والإنسانية والاجتماعية بلا زيف أو التباس. ومما لا ريب فيه أن هذا المؤتمر يعزز بكل أبعاده المسار العام المبارك الذي شكل الاستجابة المثلى لأمتنا الإسلامية في وجه الإشكاليات الكبرى العاصفة بعالمنا المعاصر. وقد أحسن التسديد في تحديد أدق الموضوعات الخطيرة التي تواجهها قوى السلام وبناء الحياة في هذه اللحظة الراهنة من عمر الأرض، لتكون محط بحث ودرس واستبصار في هذا المؤتمر من منظور المؤمنين بأن السلام العالمي هو ضرورة مساوية للحياة عينها، الحياة الحرة الكريمة الآمنة لجميع بني البشر. إن التطورات الرهيبة الواقعة في مستويات الصراع بين الأمم تضع ما يسمى النظام الدولي موضع تساؤلات جمة تقع كلها في حدود مراحل متجددة للبحث عن كيفيات استعادة روح السلام، أي روح ركاب السفينة، وإرادة إقرار التفاهم بين الدول، وبالتالي عن إمكان عودة سلطة القرار المؤثرة دوليا في هذا المجال، أي مجلس الأمن، إلى إنتاج فعاليات الحقول دون الانزلاق إلى مزيد من الحروب وإراقة الدماء. ولا بد أن نسمع في إطار فعاليات هذا المؤتمر ما هو صائب وحكيم في هذا المجال. إن المسائل والقضايا المتعلقة بالغذاء والصحة والبيئة ومصادر الطاقة والمياه والهجرة غير الشرعية والتمييز العنصري والديني والنزعة القومية على سبيل المثال باتت مرتبطة ارتباطا وثيقا ليس فقط باستراتيجيات التنمية والأمن الاجتماعي والتقدم العلمي وحسب، بل أيضا بأوضاع استقرار السلام العالمي وارتباطه الوثيق بضرورة التعاون الدولي غير المرتهن للحسابات الجيوسياسية وخرائط الصراعات وتوسيع رقعة النفوذ هنا وهناك. ولا مناص في معالجة هذه المسائل من إيلاء الأهمية لمفاهيم التعاون وتبادل الخبرات وتوسيع ميادين العمل المشترك في الاقتصاد والخبرات والبحوث العلمية والمشاركة الحيوية في المؤتمرات العالمية الدورية ذات الصلة وبرامجها، والمضي قدما بتحقيق توصياتها لنفع البشرية العام، لأنها تماما كما لاحظت عناوين هذا المؤتمر هي تحديات وجودية لها آثارها في المديين القريب والبعيد على شعوب الأرض قاطبة. تستمد القيادات الدينية مواقفها وتستقي ما تتلفظ به بما تمليه عليها مسؤولياتها الضميرية ووجدانها الإيماني الراسخ من قوله تعالى: كلمة طيبة كشجرة طيبة أصلها ثابت وفرعها في السماء، وذلك وفقا للأهداف المعلنة والنوايا المعبر عنها بجلاء من مقاصد متطابقة بالطبع مع القيم الإنسانية النبيلة والروح الحضارية العابرة للأقاليم التي علمنا إياه الدين الحنيف. ولا يمكن لدور تلك القيادات إلا أن يكون مجسدا بالفعل الإنساني لكلمة الله، إذ هو تعالى الملك القدوس السلام كما جاء في الآية الكريمة من سورة الحشر، وبالتالي هي قيادات في خدمة هذا الحلم النبيل الشريف السامي المتمثل بتحقيق السلم العالمي. أما فيما يتعلق بالشراكات والتحالفات في حفظ السلم العالمي المذكور وبأخطار الانزلاق في هوة عولمة الحروب وتحديات الأمن الروحي والنفسي، وهي قضايا بالغة الأهمية للإدلاء بالرأي فيها في مؤتمرنا هذا، فلا يسعنا إلا التأكيد على الآية الإيمانية المعبرة عن أرقى ما يعقله الفكر الإنساني في هذا السياق، وهي قوله تعالى: يا أيها الناس إن خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. إنه الدور الروحي والأخلاقي المنوط بالقيادات الدينية في حفظ السلام وتعزيز قيم التعايش والتسامح، لعلنا نتمكن بإخلاص النيات وتوحيد الرؤى وتلاقي القلوب وتلاقح الأفكار وتعاضد الأيدي من الوقوف معا في مواجهة ميادين الحروب وبؤر التوترات الحاصلة في هذه المنطقة وفي العالم، ومن المساهمة في تعزيز السكينة والطمأنينة في نفوس الناس في ظل تلك التحديات والأزمات العالمية، ومن تشكيل قوى ناعمة وإيجابية في مثل هذه الظروف من أجل المساهمة في تحقيق المصالحة والتضامن بين الشعوب. لعل نداء يصدر عن هذا المنتدى يصل إلى مسامع أصحاب القرار فيهز الضمائر ويوقظها من الغفلة، وهذا هو نداؤنا الدائم نحمله من لبنان التنوع والرسالة، ومن طائفتنا التوحيدية المعروفية الغنية بقيم الأخوة والتسامح، ومن إسلامنا الحنيف وديننا الشريف، والله تعالى الموفق للصواب والمسهل للصعاب، إنه نعم النصير المعين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لفضيلة القاضي يوسف مكارم، غاندي يوسف مكارم، قاضي طائفة الموحدين الدروز بلبنان، لهذه الكلمة الضافية المشبعة بالروح التسامحية والسلمية والدعوة إلى المصالحة ونشر الخير ونشر السلام. بارك الله فيكم وشكرا جزيلا. نعم تفضلوا سيدي. نعم خذوا راحتكم تفضلوا. والآن أنقل الكلمة إلى سعادة الأستاذ محمد نور الدين ليمو، وهو مدير البحوث والتدريب في معهد الدعوة بنيجيريا، وحاصل على ماجستير في إدارة الموارد بجامعة دنبرة المملكة المتحدة. واسمحوا لي أن أتوجه إليه بهذا السؤال من أسئلة الورشة: ما الأدوار والوظائف التي يمكن أن يقوم بها القادة الدينيون والروحيون بصفة وسطاء في النزاعات المحلية أو الدولية؟ وما التحديات الفكرية والعملية التي يواجهها القادة الدينيون في هذه الساحات، وما المهارات المعرفية والمنهجية اللازمة التي قد تتوقف عليها مشاركتهم في صنع السلام. إليكم سيدي الكلمة مشكورين. بارك الله فيكم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. What I'll say will be inshallah in English, and I'd like to start, as is the tradition, respecting the protocol of the leadership of this country and the spiritual leadership of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayah, and to thank the organizers for the honor and privilege to share some thoughts on this subject of the role of leadership, especially religious or spiritual leadership. And I'd like to start with a little history. In 1912, at that time the largest ship that humans had put together, supposedly unsinkable, the Titanic, left England for New York. On the 15th of April, just about 40 minutes before midnight, the ship hit an iceberg. About 2.5 hours later, it sank. As soon as the ship hit an iceberg, the captain called for help. Flares were sent up so that if there was any ship nearby, they could come in to help. Radio signals also sent out for any who would be ready to help. There were over 2,000 people on board, but the lifeboats would not be able to help more than about a third of the number. About 7 kilometers away from the Titanic was another ship, the Samson. About 14 kilometers from the Titanic, there was another ship, the Californian. And about 58 kilometers away, miles away, was another ship, the Carpathia. Each of these ships learnt that there was stress and the Titanic needed help. And there was an emergency. Of course, the sea at that time had a lot of icebergs. So naturally, it's not easy to just go through the ice fields to go and help the Titanic. But it was clear to everybody that when you get an alert at that time of the night from a ship, there's danger and help is needed. The first ship that would have arrived there in time before the Titanic sank, the Samson. The crew of the Samson were actually involved in illegal hunting of seals. And they honestly didn't care. And they didn't want to help because maybe they would be caught. And so even though they knew there was a distress signal, help was needed, we found a ship with the kind of leadership that honestly just didn't care and was more concerned about themselves. And we have religious leaders that are just like that. Just concerned about their reputation, just concerned about this world. The second ship, the Californian, 14 miles away. The captain of that ship decided it was risky to move at night. Even though they were in the same area, they preferred wait until morning, let's see what things are like, and then when it's comfortable, then we will do something. They were not useful to the Titanic. And some of us are like that as religious leaders, where we would want things to be comfortable before we do something. Things to be in our favor. When there's money, when the community agrees, when these people are on our side, then we will do. The third ship, the Carpathia, 58 miles away. It would take them 3.5 hours. But the leadership of that ship decided help was needed and they would give help. They went through the dangerous waters. Yes, it was risky. And you will forgive me for being emotional on this topic. But 3.5 hours later, they arrived after the Titanic had already sunk. But they were able to save 705 lives. It is not easy to do what is right when it is difficult. But it will never be easy. This is the juhud, this is the jihad that religious leaders are in, to move society in the direction that it should go, whether it likes it or not. We need to convince our communities. The Prophet ﷺ, in many hadith and the Quran, describe how terrible shirk and kufr are, associating partners with Allah and rejecting Allah's guidance. However, the Prophet ﷺ said that we should be afraid of the dua of the mazloom. We should be afraid of the prayers of the victim of injustice. Because the Prophet said there's no hijab, there's no barrier between that dua and Allah's response, even if the person is a mushrik. That Allah will put aside the shirk of the mushrik and answer his prayers when he is a victim of injustice. In another hadith, the Prophet ﷺ said that a society that is in kufr would be supported by Allah if they govern themselves with justice. And Allah will not support a society that govern through injustice, even if they are Muslims. That Allah is not a religious bigot. That Allah is not one who will submit to our will and be like our fan, do things we want. He answers our prayers if we do what He wants. So He says, "Ujibu da'wat da'i idha da'ani," I respond to the prayers, in this case, for peace. But then He says, فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي وَلْيُؤْمِنُوا بِي. We have to also do what Allah wants. The moment there's a gap between justice and religion, Allah doesn't support that religion. The job of tajdeed and ijtihad is to make sure that the moment there's a gap between fiqh, between law and the maqasid of the sharia, it is to see how to bring them back together. Because once they are separated, Allah doesn't support Islam if it doesn't have justice. And so the Prophet ﷺ said, one of the greatest jihad is to tell the truth to power, to where it is difficult, to an oppressive leader. But sometimes we even find it easy to tell the truth within a democratic system where we've got the freedom of speech. It is easy to tell the truth to the leader. The one that is difficult is to tell the truth to our supporters and our followers. It's actually a form of minor shirk to be more afraid of what will our followers say than to what will Allah say. On the question of strategy, I think it is important to remember that many leaders and religious leaders are like flags. We wait to see where the wind is blowing and then we start to fly. Many are not going to be the wind blowers. We don't determine the direction of the wind. Many religious leaders, when you say something to your community, they're afraid of the repercussions. And so it is important, and this is natural, because if you say something that is completely strange, your community will ostracize you. You thought you are a religious leader, you come to Abu Dhabi, you learn something new, you go, if you're not careful what you say, all you know is they've changed imams, they've changed leaders, and that's the end of whatever change you wanted to bring. So what is the strategy for changing the environment? The sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ was gradual change. Laws that really changed societies came in Medina, but we have to change the psyche. We have to create a safe space. When you light a match and you want to put it to a candle, as soon as you light it, you need to protect it. So it is important that we look at how to create safe spaces for scholars to change their environment. The literature we have displayed outside, this is really good literature. We need thousands of this type of literature. I know it means it's more expensive when it is in hard copies. Hard cover. But the way communism spread in some parts of the world, the way various Muslim ideologies spread in different parts of the world, was with literature. That students had things to read, teachers had things to read, and it was safer to discuss certain topics because you are not the only one who knows that subject. One strategy that we have found useful is to look at the Muslim community, and this could apply to any community, as belonging to groups that have different color codings. So some Muslim groups are red, very bloody, very violent. Some are orange, some are yellow, and many of us are green. You've also got another extreme to the left. As a Muslim, if you want to talk, you can't even talk to red if you are green. If somebody said, go and speak to the leadership of Boko Haram, the moment they even know who you are dead. So how do we communicate to red if we are green. And one strategy that we have found very useful is to look for insider moderators. Insider moderators, which is, at least if you organize a program, some people in the yellow group are ready to attend a program organized by green, but orange will not attend that program. So if we can get more people in yellow, yellow can speak to orange. Orange are closer and they can speak to red. But we have to trust the importance of literature that can move from one group to another faster than we can, and forum like this where we invite people who we normally will not sit with. The last point I would make, with your permission, we find sometimes the inter-religious dialogue. If I look at Nigeria, it is easier for a Muslim to have an inter-religious dialogue or interfaith dialogue with a Christian. Have 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. But it is nearly suicidal and nearly impossible to say you are going to even have a 1 hour dialogue between Sunni and Shia. That the fact that we pray together, same Jummah mosques, same Haram, same Ramadan, is not enough. We need to stretch out. There is skin in the game. You will tarnish your reputation if you are not careful. But to look at it and do it with hikmah, so that at least we are worshipping Allah as Muslims and not worshipping the feelings of fellow Muslims. Jazakallahu khairan. Apologies.
شكرا للأستاذ الدكتور سيدي محمد ديمو على هذه المداخلة، وأنتهي أو أبدأ من حيث انتهى من وصيتي بالحكمة. والأستاذ بدأ بتصوير مجازي لحركة السفن، فأعتقد أن المطلوب في هذه الورشة أن نستحضر نفسية وثقافة روح ركاب السفينة الواحدة. وقد سبق للمنتدى أن عقد مؤتمرا وملتقى من ملتقياته بخصوص هذه الثقافة. هذه ثقافة مهمة جدا تستلزم التعاطف الأبدي بين الركاب، وتستلزم أن نستحضر روح المسؤولية في تصرفاتنا، حتى ولو كانت هذه التصرفات تعبر عن معتقداتنا ونمتثل فيها لهذه المعتقدات. الجامع المشترك في ثقافة روح ركاب السفينة أن نستحضر دائما أخلاق المسؤولية وفكرة المسؤولية التي وسعها كثير من العلماء والباحثين، من أمثال إيمانويل ليفيناس، ومن أمثال بول ريكير، ومن أمثال جوناس. فعلا الثقافة المهمة للقادة الدينيين والروحيين ليجتمعوا على كلمة سواء وعلى صعيد واحد هو استحضار أخلاق المسؤولية كما شرح كثير من العلماء. شكرا للسيد المتدخل. وأنقل الكلمة الآن إلى أستاذنا والعالم الجليل الدكتور رضوان السيد، وهو عميد الدراسات العليا في جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية في أبوظبي، وحاصل على الإجازة العالية من كلية أصول الدين بجامعة الأزهر، وعلى شهادة الدكتوراه في الفلسفة من جامعة تübingen بألمانيا، وأستاذنا الدكتور رضوان السيد غني عن التعريف لكثير من المؤلفات والبحوث والدراسات والترجمات التي سبقت له في العالم، وهو من أشهر المساهمين والمشاركين في نقد وتحليل أدبيات الفكر الديني العالمي. أريد أن أسأل أستاذنا الجليل عن كيف تجعل الأديان من السلم لغة عامة لا تقبل التخصيص أو الاستثناء، وتؤكد عصمة الكرامة الآدمية وقوة الأخلاق الإنسانية باعتبارها سمة عالمية لجميع البشر، وليست لغة طائفية أو مذهبية تقتصر على مصالح أتباع ديانة معينة أو طائفة معينة. وأترك له الكلمة مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نعم، سأتعرض لهذا السؤال، وهو المطلب الأساسي الحقيقة من كل هذه الندوة. مطلب كيف تحول مطلب السلم العالمي إلى رسالة ضرورية لكل الديانات أو الأديان الكبرى الخمسة على الأقل. هذا الأمر في الحقيقة عرض له العلامة بن بية في ميثاق حلف الفضول الجديد عام 2019. ماذا قال؟ في المادة 5 قال: انخراط رجال الدين في نشر السكينة والسلم. والمعني بذلك كما يشرح بن بية أنه يقع على عاتق القادة الدينيين وفقا لمبادئ الميثاق الإسهام في نشر السكينة وبناء السلم من خلال: 1. التنسيق بين معتنقي أديان العائلة الإبراهيمية وأتباع الديانات الأخرى من العائلة الإنسانية. 2. التصدي، يعني هذا التنسيق من أجل التصدي للتطرف والفكر العنيف كما في المادة 5 وخطابات التحريض والكراهية. 3. انتهاج مقاربة تصالحية في كل دين لترسيخ التسامح بشتى أبعاده. هذا الأمر ليس جديدا، يعني المقاربة القيمية والأخلاقية المطروحة على الأديان. هانس كينغ وتشارلز تايلور قالوا بها، لكن بن بية مضى بعد ذلك فخصصها. ماذا قال؟ منذ المؤتمر الأول عام 2014 يبحث بن بية عن أولي البقية، النخبة التي تشتغل وسيطة رسولة للسلم في العالم. اكتشفهم في الديانات الإبراهيمية وفي الأديان الأخرى. هم يقدمون أنفسهم على أنهم كذلك، هم الفريق الوسيط. أولو البقية مصطلح قرآني، فلو كان في القرآن في سورة هود: فلو كان من القرون من قبلكم أولو بقية ينهون عن الفساد في الأرض. ولكن لأنه لو امتناع الامتناع ما كان عندهم هؤلاء الأقوام إلا قليلا ممن أنجينا منهم، هلكوا قوم هود. فإذا أولو البقية عليهم أن يعملوا. من هم أولو البقية في حالتنا؟ هم الملتزمون حسب بن بية القيم الإنسانية المشتركة، والمحبين للسلام والتسامح والعدل، والمستعدين للتحالف القيمي في النهي عن الفساد في الأرض والتشارك في التماس الخير والسلام للإنسان. هؤلاء عاهد إليهم بن بية هذه الأخلاق ذات النوعين: 1. نوع الرسالة هي السلام، ونوع المسؤولية يعني اختيار أو الوصول إلى الوسائل السليمة أو الوسائل التي تؤدي إلى تحقيق هذا المطلب أو تحقيق أجزاء كبيرة من هذا المطلب. هو يفترض أن التنسيق حصل. هلأ تبدأ اقتراحاتي أنا إكمال هذا المطلب. هو يقول إن التنسيق حصل أو يحصل بين الديانات في نشر السكينة والسلم، والذي يقوم بهذا التنسيق هم أولو البقية بالديانات الإبراهيمية، ويدعون أولي البقية من الديانات الأخرى المستعدون لذلك. ولهذا بحثت مسألة التنسيق، وجدت أن المسلمين أصدروا أفضل في العام منذ 2004 وحتى الآن أفضل البيانات في مكافحة الكراهية والعنف، وأفضل البيانات والإعلانات والشراكات في مكافحة كل ما يؤدي إلى العنف، وبالذات في دينهم وفي الجماعات الخارجة عندهم، لكنهم لم يتعاونوا فيما بينهم، كل واحد طلع بيان لواحد. ولذلك نحتاج إلى تنسيق أكبر فيما بيننا نحن المسلمين على هذه الدعوة المشتركة للاعتدال الديني وللمضي نحو السلام الداخلي والسلام في العالم ومع العالم. ثم إننا لو التفتنا إلى الديانات الأخرى نجد أنه صار بيننا وبين الكاثوليك تنسيق، وبعض الجماعات أو الكنائس البروتستانتية لم تكن هناك عمل على مستوى أولي البقية الذين يعملون معا. أولو البقية نحن المسلمين علينا أن نسعى لتكون عندنا شراكات بنفس المستوى مع البوذيين ومع الهندوس، يعني هي ديانات 5 كبرى، منها 3 إبراهيمية ومنها الدينان الأسيويان. عندنا نقص في التنسيق معهم، مع أن في كثيرين منهم أو في أوساطهم جميعا هناك بيانات تشبه البيانات التي نصدرها نحن ويصدرها الكاثوليك وتصدرها الكنائس البروتستانتية الكبرى، لكن ليس هناك تنسيق حقيقي، حيث نقول إن هناك نخبة دينية عالمية على النهج الذي أراده هانس كونغ، ما عنده شغل إلا الشغل على مسألة السلام وتحقيق متطلباته في كل مجتمع من المجتمعات وفي كل مجتمع محلي وثم على مستوى العالم. ألا يجوز أن تقوم بين هؤلاء في حالات التنسيق أن تقوم هناك نوع من السكرتارية التنسيقية من أولي البقية هؤلاء من الديانات ال5 لتشتغل كل الوقت على السلام العالمي؟ اقترحت اقتراحا آخر بعد مطلب التنسيق بين المسلمين ومطلب التنسيق بين الديانات ال5. اقترحت اقتراحا آخر. ما نزال نشكو 3 أو 4 ديانات من الديانات الكبرى تشكو من الآخرين في قصة الاضطهاد الديني، في قصة التعرض للحريات الدينية. وأمس سمعنا الكاردينال ساكو يشكو مما تعرض ويتعرض له المسيحيون في العالم العربي، والمسلمون يتعرضون هنا وهناك، بمعنى أنه لا يخلو. وعندنا مفوضية عملوها الأمريكان للحريات الدينية، تخضع طبعا لاعتبارات سياسية. ألا يجوز أن هؤلاء تكون بيدهم هذه المسألة، هؤلاء أولو البقية، ويبدأون عملهم بإصدار بيان مشترك عن الديانات ال5 للحريات الدينية؟ يعني يتبرأ كل منهم من هؤلاء القيادات الدينية من رسل السلام، هؤلاء أولو البقية بحسب العلامة بن بية من أجل ذلك. أنا سمعت وقرأت كثيرا، هذا اقتراحي الثالث، سمعت وقرأت كثيرا عن شكوى جماعات المجتمع المدني العالمي من أعمال بعض الكنائس والمنظمات الإسلامية من العمل في آسيا وأفريقيا في بعض بمعنى أنهم يحاولون الاستئثار ويكررون عمل بعضهم بعضا ولا ينسقون حتى المؤسسات الكنسية التي تعمل أعمالا خيرية لا تنسق مع أطباء بلا حدود والآخرين بحجة أن عندهم أيضا مهمة دينية وليست مهمة خيرية فقط. قبل أن نطالبهم بالتنسيق هؤلاء الهيئة التنسيقية من أولي البقية مع المنظمات والمؤسسات الدولية، وهناك تنسيق بالحد الأدنى، لماذا لا يكون هناك هذه التنسيقية التي تنشأ يكون من مهماتها أيضا تنسق مع الهيئات العالمية التي تشترك معها في أهدافها الهيئات العالمية غير الرسمية، ونصل إلى الهيئات العالمية الرسمية. أنا سمعت في السنوات الأخيرة شكوى من لجنة أو مجلس حقوق الإنسان من أن كثيرا من الهيئات الدينية التي تقول رسميا يعني مؤمنة بالإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان والعهود والمواثيق اللاحقة، لكنها في الواقع لا تعمل على حماية الأقليات ولا تعمل يعني من الأديان المختلفة في البلدان المختلفة، ثم لا تتعاون مع اللجنة أو المجلس عندما يتصلون بهم ويطلبون منهم هذا الأمر أو ذاك فيما يتعلق بحقوق الإنسان. فإذا هناك أيضا نقص في التنسيق بين القوى العاملة من أجل السلم، سواء كانت رسمية من مفوضيات والوكالات التابعة للأمم المتحدة أو المستقلة ولكنها تعمل من ضمن المنظومة العالمية. يشكو منهم أهل الديانات، ولكن هم يشكون أكثر من أهل الديانات الذين عن جد لا يشتغلون من أجل الحريات الدينية ولا يشتغلون حتى من أجل التعاون العملي مع الهيئات الدولية. أخيرا واقتراحي الأخير، عندنا الآن بوسط قصة الغذاء والدواء وهذه المصائب الكبرى التي تعاني منها البشرية، لدى الديانات المختلفة مؤسسات كبرى للعمل الخير. الكنيسة الكاثوليكية مشهورة بذلك على المستوى العالمي، ولكن الكنائس البروتستانتية أيضا قوية وكبيرة. ليس هناك تنسيق في حتى بين الكنائس البروتستانتية والكاثوليكية في الأعمال الخيرية وما يرتبط بها من دعوة إنسانية وعمل إنساني، فضلا عن أنه ليس هناك تنسيق البتة مع الجهات الإسلامية المحلية والعالمية، ولذلك تتكرر أحيانا الجهود ثم تنتشر تهم التبادل بالتهم التبشير، أنه ما يزال المسلمين حساسين تجاه التبشير. ألا يجوز يعني ونحن نشتغل على يعني نفكر بتنسيقية كبرى للسلام أن يكون هناك تنسيق أيضا في الأعمال الخيرية بين هذه الكنائس، كما نتحدث عن تنسيق بينهم وبين المجتمع المدني العالمي وبين المنظمات والوكالات والمفوضيات التابعة بشكل من الأشكال للمنظومة العالمية أو للأمم المتحدة. هذه هذه هي الاقتراحات التي أردت أن أنمي من خلالها فكرة الأساسية للشيخ بن بية، أنه العهد أن تعهد بهذه دعوة السلم العالمية المتعلقة بالقيم والأخلاق بين الأديان، تعهد بها إلى أولي البقية، وهؤلاء أولو البقية يختارون أو يولدون الوسائل الضرورية للنضال من أجل هذا الهدف العظيم الوجودي والباقي للعالم. وهذا كله مصدره كما قلت لكم المادة 5 من ميثاق حلف الفضول الجديد. وشكرا لكم.
شكرا لأستاذنا الجليل الدكتور رضوان السيد على هذه الورقة القيمة وهذه المقترحات التي لامست كثيرا من أسئلة الورشة ومقاصدها. بارك الله فيه. وفكرة التنسيق هي الفكرة المهمة في الموضوع، هي أهم شيء في موضوع هذا البحث عن العمل المشترك الموحد بين القيادات الدينية. كيف يكتسب القادة الدينيون والروحيون يعني هذه الشروط التنسيق، الشروط الفكرية والعملية للتنسيق. يعني مداخلته تضمنت العديد من الأفكار القيمة، وختم الفكرة أو مقترحاتي كيف ننسق أيضا على مستوى الفعل. الأديان اليوم بحاجة إلى استدعاء الأفعال، بحاجة إلى استدعاء الأفعال أن تبرهن على مصداقيتها في ميادين الفعل. ينبغي أن يكون الإيمان عاملا للتقارب فيما بيننا، وعبر مختلف المنصات يمكن تحويل حوار الأديان إلى خدمات ومبادرات عملية منسقة تقدمها الأديان، يكون من شأنها بناء الجسور التي تربط بين الثقافات والشعوب والمجتمعات، سواء أكان في مجال مكافحة الملاريا في إفريقيا أو تقديم العون والإغاثة في أعقاب كارثة طبيعية. يعني قضية التنسيق والتقارب والمصالحة بين القادة الدينيين والروحيين والعمل المشترك يمكن أن يساعدنا العمل وليس الخطاب على تحقيق كثير من أهدافه. يمكن أن نتحد وأن نلتقي على مستوى الفعل وعلى مستوى الميدان في اتصالنا وفي انخراطنا في العمل الإنساني وفي أوراش الحياة بمختلف أبعادها. شكرا لكم الدكتور رضوان السيد. وأنقل الكلمة الآن وختامه مسك إلى فضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور روفن فايرستون، أستاذ كرسي رينغشتاين في اليهودية والإسلام في العصور الوسطى في كلية الاتحاد العبري، المعهد اليهودي للدين بالولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وهو حاصل على الدكتوراه في الدراسات اليهودية والإسلامية بكلية الاتحاد العبري جامعة جنوب كاليفورنيا. ونعتز بمشاركة الدكتور روفن فايرستون في كل ملتقيات المنتدى وبأبحاثه الضافية في موسوعة السن في الإسلام. أرحب به وأنقل إليه الكلمة، ولكن قبل ذلك دعوني يعني أوجه إليه السؤال. آخر أسئلة هذه الورشة ما هي الفرص المتاحة للأديان في هذه المرحلة الدولية العصيبة لكي تصدع برسالتها ويعترف بقوتها الاقتراحية في حفظ السلم العالمي، وكيف السبيل إلى تحديد القيم الجوهرية والقواسم المشتركة لصياغة خطة تنفيذية أو مقاربة تنسيقية للأديان في ميدان أعمال السلم، وكيف يمكن تقييم التجارب الدينية والروحية التي انطلقت من الإيمان
الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا مولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين له الكبرياء في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اسمحوا لي لأن كلمة في اللغة الفرنسية et ça c'est qui fait la richesse de ces assises. C'est le multilinguisme. Surtout que ce forum incarne un carrefour religieux, scientifique, économique, tous les secteurs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Son Altesse, Monsieur le Président des États de l'État des Émirats Arabes Unis, Son Altesse, Cheikh Mohammed Ben Zayed Al-Nahyan. Monsieur le ministre, chers frères, Excellence Cheikh Nahya Ben Mubarak Al-Nahya. D'ailleurs, tout à l'heure, on était chez lui, et on s'est bien régalé avec un repas fraternel. Au nom de tout le monde qui était là, nous vous en remercions de cette générosité. Son Éminence, le président du forum d'Abouzbie pour la paix, Hafidhahullah Amin, le docteur Abdallah Bimbaya, mesdames et messieurs, honorable assistance, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer mes vifs remerciements pour la chaleur de l'accueil que nous réservent toujours les autorités de cet État, havre de la paix, les Émirats, surtout depuis que nous sommes dans cette ville, belle ville Abu-Dhabi, le poumon de la paix mondiale. Surtout une mention particulière au comité organisateur de ce forum, qui est devenu une tradition chaque année, au moins 2 forums par an. Monsieur le Président Bembaya, vous me permettez encore une fois de vous rendre hommage, surtout vous féliciter du succès et de la réussite qu'a eu le 8e forum qui a eu lieu à Nouakchott, en Mauritanie, récemment. Permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de vous rendre un vibrant hommage. Un hommage mérité, puisqu'en pensant à Gandhi, à Mandela, mais aussi à tous ces gens qui ont lutté pour la paix, pour la non-violence, vous avez le mérite d'incarner à cette époque cette sagesse, cette voie qui conduit à la paix, parce que la paix, pour nous musulmans, c'est notre fierté. Hada libasuna. C'est notre habit, la paix. Salamun qawla min Rabbir Rahim. Et parce que la paix chez nous, c'est primordial. On commence quand nous prions par Assalamu alaikum et nous finissons par Assalamu alaikum. Cette conférence se tient à un moment très délicat. Et je constate avec ceux qui ont choisi le thème mondialisation de la guerre et mondialisation de la paix, requis et partenariat, se tient à un moment où 3 ans durant, nos nations, nos États respectifs ont lutté sans relâche pour maîtriser la crise Covid-19, cette pandémie qui nous a prouvé encore une fois que, grands ou petits États, nous sommes tous menacés par le risque épidémique. Encore une fois, l'Union des Comores, mon pays, tient à adresser ses remerciements et sa reconnaissance à tous celles et à tous ceux qui ont travaillé sans relâche pour obtenir des solutions efficaces capables de donner espoir à l'humanité et de nous sortir de cette crise qui a frappé durement les économies mondiales. Par ailleurs, la guerre en Ukraine, avec son cortège de pertes humaines, de dégâts matériaux, est venue nous démontrer la fragilité du multipartisme, du multilatéralisme. Nous observons impuissant une crise sans précédent, alimentaire, énergétique, financière, militaire, économique, voire même politique. C'est pourquoi nous demandons encore une fois que cesse la violence pour donner chance, n'est-ce pas, au dialogue, mais aussi au respect. Parce que la situation en Palestine, au Yémen, en Syrie, en Irak, en République démocratique du Congo, en Libye, au Sahel et au Mozambique, ne nous laisse pas le temps de laisser les choses périr ainsi. C'est pour cela, il est temps que la communauté internationale revoie sa stratégie et un nouvel ordre mondial s'impose pour une communauté des nations équilibrée et clairvoyante. Et la religion a une place de choix pour la stabilité du monde. Seul le dialogue et le respect mutuel demeurent la seule arme utile et nécessaire pour aboutir à la cessation de ces hostilités. La preuve justifiant que seul le dialogue et le respect restent la seule et unique voie est l'accord d'Istanbul diligenté par le président Erdogan et le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, M. Antonio Guterres, qui a permis l'exportation des millions de céréales bloquées, de millions de tonnes de céréales bloquées dans les ports ukrainiens. Ces accords qui méritent d'être consolidés justifient bien que seule la voie diplomatique, c'est-à-dire la voie du dialogue, doit toujours prévaloir pour éviter l'humanité de sombrer dans le désastre. Au-delà du Covid-19 et de la guerre en Ukraine, nous avons le devoir de nous préoccuper des problèmes politiques et territoriaux, du terrorisme et du blanchiment d'argent, de la corruption et les fléaux migratoires. Il va sans dire que les groupes qui menacent la paix dans le monde ne sont pas des musulmans, ce sont des terroristes qui n'ont rien à voir avec la religion musulmane, une religion de paix, de tolérance, de bien vivre ensemble. C'est pour cela, tout à l'heure, j'avais dit « Salamun min Rabbir Rahim ». Oui, la paix, ça vient de Dieu, le Tout-Puissant, le Créateur. Et parce que, al-ulama ou warathatul anbiya, et parce que les érudits, les intellectuels sont les héritiers des prophètes, nous les héritiers du prophète Mohammed, salawatullahi rabbi wa salamu alayhi, nous devrons suivre sa voie. Nous devrons suivre sa voie, celle qui conduit vers la paix, vers l'harmonie, vers la solidarité, vers, n'est-ce pas, le bien-être social. Car l'islam est un continent culturel, un univers riche et subtil. À cet égard, nous, communautés musulmanes, sommes porteuses de messages comme toutes les autres communautés religieuses, un message universel de paix et de solidarité. وَمَا عَلَى الرَّسُولِ إِلَّا الْبَلَاغُ الْمُبِينُ. Les principes et les valeurs de notre religion, de toute religion, sont rassemblés autour des objectifs de développement harmonieux et durable. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement comorien s'associe à toute initiative régionale, internationale, religieuse ou humanitaire visant à combattre tout acte barbare. Permettez-moi de saluer les partenaires des Comores au développement en leur renouvelant mes sincères remerciements au nom du gouvernement comorien et du peuple comorien. Surtout, l'Havre de paix, l'État des Émirats Abuظbي, qui est un partenaire privilégié et de marque pour notre pays. En partenariat avec le système des Nations Unies, le nouveau plan cadre pour le développement qui vient d'être signé pour les 5 ans à venir a bien intégré parfaitement la priorité entamée par le plan Comore émergent, une ambition chère à son Excellence, le président Azali Assoumani pour l'Union des Comores. Je vais finir mes propos pour lancer un appel amical et fraternel à tous nos partenaires de venir participer activement en décembre prochain au séminaire gouvernemental qui est le suivi de la conférence de Paris pour le développement des Comores pour mobiliser les promesses faites pour l'accomplissement de l'émergence des Comores. Ceci parce que ce matin, les panels parlaient de la jeunesse. Et parce que la jeunesse, c'est quoi au juste? C'est la définition ou bien c'est ce que nous donnons à toute époque où nous vivons. La jeunesse, ce n'est pas une question d'âge. C'est la manière dont nous concevons l'univers où nous nous trouvons. L'Union des Comores ne cessera de participer aux efforts régionaux et internationaux visant à assurer la sécurité dans la zone de l'Est de l'Afrique et au monde arabe et musulman et dans le monde entier. Elle apporte également son soutien à la République de Mozambique dans sa lutte contre le terrorisme, surtout que nous sommes à 200 km du nord de Mozambique. La solidarité régionale et internationale doivent absolument prévaloir pour combattre tous ces fléaux et assurer la sécurité à tous. La tenue régulière de ces assises, Monsieur le Président et son équipe, est la preuve concrète témoignant l'intérêt que nous accordons à l'exigence de partenariat gagnant-gagnant pour stabiliser nos pays, lesquels constituent aujourd'hui un seul village avec la mondialisation à l'ère du numérique. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
والآن مع كلمة سعادة الشيخ الدكتور راشد بن محمد بن فطيس الهاجري رئيس مجلس الأوقاف السنية في مملكة البحرين، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله على إحسانه والشكر له على توفيقه وامتنانه، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له تعظيما لشأنه، وأشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا محمدًا عبده ورسوله الداعي إلى رضوانه، صلى الله وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن اقتفى أثره واهتدى بهداه إلى يوم الدين، وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الحضور الكريم، إن من خصائص المنهج الإسلامي في التعامل مع النوازل والتحديات تشخيص الداء ووصف الدواء وتصور الواقع وفهم الواجب ودفع الاختلال الواقع والمتوقع في ضوء مراعاة مقاصد الشريعة واعتبار فقه المآلات والنظر إلى العواقب، لا سيما إذا كانت النوازل المتوقعة في صور حروب وصراعات دولية لا ينتج عنها إلا الدمار والهلاك والفناء. وأمام عولمة الحروب ونشر ثقافة الفوضى تظهر الحاجة اليوم إلى مبادرات وحلول فاعلة لتجنيب العالم هذه الحروب والصراعات وتعزيز قيم التعايش والسلم بين المجتمعات من خلال التعامل مع قضية السلام على أنها ضرورة شرعية وقيمة عالمية ومسؤولية أخلاقية وحاجة إنسانية. الحضور الكريم، إن ديننا الإسلامي الحنيف يتصف بالرحمة والسماحة، وهو دين البناء والحضارة، ومنهجه قائم على الشمولية والواقعية، ويجمع بين الأصالة والمعاصرة، ويتصف بالعالمية في الرسالة والأسبقية في المبادرة. لهذا لا يمكن مواجهة معضلة عولمة الحروب والتثقيف لها إلا بعالمية الإسلام الحضارية. هذه العالمية التي تجسدت في 3 ركائز. الأولى عالمية الرسالة، فهو دين الأمن والإيمان للناس أجمعين. قال تعالى: تبارك الذي نزل الفرقان على عبده ليكون للعالمين نذيرا. والركيزة الثانية عالمية الرحمة وإرادة الخير للغير، كما قال تعالى: وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين. والركيزة الثالثة هي عالمية الدعوة إلى السلام في الدخول في مضامينه والجنوح إلى مقاصده وترسيخ معالمه وتثبيت منطلقاته بالمبادرات الفاعلة والشراكات النافعة، كما قال تعالى: وإن جنحوا للسلم فاجنح لها وتوكل على الله إنه هو السميع العليم. وكما قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا ادخلوا في السلم كافة. وكما قال تعالى: ولا تقولوا لمن ألقى إليكم السلام لست مؤمنا. الحضور الكريم، لهذا كانت عالمية السلام تجسيداً وتحقيقاً لعالمية الإسلام الحضارية، وهي دليل قطعي على أن الإسلام له الريادة والقيادة في إنقاذ البشرية، وله الفضل والأسبقية في الحفاظ على القيم الإنسانية والمجتمعية، فهو دين الوقاية في النوازل والتحديات، وهو دين الحماية في الحروب والأزمات، وهو دين الرعاية في بناء الحضارات. الحضور الكريم، ينعقد هذا الملتقى التاسع في ظل ظروف خطيرة ودقيقة، ويأتي تلبية لمقتضيات ضرورية، وهو داخل فيما يسمى بواجب الوقت، ويجري مع أولويات الدين والمصلحة الشرعية. لهذا أسأل المولى تبارك وتعالى أن يجزي القائمين على هذا الملتقى وعلى هذا المؤتمر خير الجزاء، وأن يوفق المشاركين فيه إلى السداد والرشاد، والحمد لله رب العالمين.
ونبدأ الآن مع جلسة علمية بعنوان التحديات الحيوية للسلم العالمي، الغذاء، الصحة، البيئة. يترأس هذه الجلسة معالي الأستاذ فيصل بن معمر، المشرف العام على سلام للتواصل الحضاري من المملكة العربية السعودية. والمتحدث في هذه الجلسة البروفيسور جيفري ساكس، أستاذ جامعي ومدير مركز التنمية المستدامة بجامعة كولومبيا في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. كما يشارك في هذه الجلسة الدكتورة عظمى سيد، طبيبة رئيسة في فريق عمل كوفيد-19 من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، والسيد كولن بلون، مستشار الحكومة للشراكات الدينية من الحكومة البريطانية في المملكة المتحدة. وتشارك كذلك الدكتورة أمنيات الهاجري، المدير التنفيذي لقطاع صحة المجتمع في مركز أبوظبي للصحة العامة. فليتفضل رئيس الجلسة والمشاركين على المنصة مشكورين.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم: نعمتان مجحودتان، الصحة في الأبدان والأمن في الأوطان. نعمتان لا يعرف قدرها إلا من فقدها. الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود بداية أن أسجل خالص شكري وتقديري لدولة الإمارات قيادة وشعبا على الاستضافة الكريمة، وإلى شيخنا الكريم معالي الشيخ الدكتور عبد الله بن بية رئيس مجلس الإمارات الإفتاء الشرعي، رئيس منتدى أبوظبي للسلم، على دعوته للمشاركة في فعاليات النسخة التاسعة لملتقى منتدى أبوظبي للسلم، عولمة الحرب وعالمية السلام، المقتضيات والشراكات، وعلى حسن الضيافة والوفادة، وعلى جهوده وجهاده المتواصل، وعلى ما أنجزه المنتدى من تأصيلات علمية وتنزيلات عملية، مقدرا له الدور المنوط به في تنظيم هذا المنتدى العالمي الذي أصبح فضاء مفتوحا لتبادل الآراء والتجارب والخبرات بين الفاعلين في حقول الحوار والتسامح من أجل نشر قيم السلم والتعايش حول العالم، ومنصة لاستنهاض الهمم وتجنيب الإنسانية ويلات الحروب والنزاعات وتداعيات الجوائح والمجاعات واخطار تغير المناخ والتلوث البيئي. تعلمون أيها الحضور أن العالم بأسره واجه تحديات وفشل في حلوله العسكرية والسياسية، انطلاقا من حروب انطلقت في أفغانستان وغيرها، وأصبح التطرف الديني والسياسي وسيلة لمكاسب سياسية، كما حدث ويحدث الآن في بعض الدول، حيث أصبح التطرف الديني والسياسي وسيلة مهمة لتحقيق مكاسب انتخابية. لذلك فإننا سنشهد
وأكرر هذه الكلمة، سنشهد حاضراً ومستقبلاً تطرفاً سياسياً غير مسبوق، لأنه تطرف منتخب، وسيكون أسوأ من التطرف المتلبس بلباس الدين والدين منه براء. وقد يصبح التطرف السياسي المهيمن على العلاقات الدولية، ومن هذا المنطلق فإنه يجب علينا مراجعة شاملة لكل الوسائل والأدوات التي صاحبت بروز الحوار بين أتباع الأديان والثقافات ومبادرات السلام والسلم العالمي، ومحاولة معرفة أين يكمن الخلل. ولقد بذلنا جهوداً كبيرة لمصافحة العالم بالسلام والحوار، ولكن البوصلة تتجه إلى غياهب أخرى، ولذلك علينا التفكير في صياغة توجهات تناسب هذه التطورات السلبية، وتركز على قضايا الشباب، وخاصة ما يتعلق باستنهاض دور القيم الدينية والمؤسسات والقيادات الدينية لمساندة صانعي السياسات، بوصفه مطلباً ملحاً ومهماً لترسيخ السلم العالمي، حيث غيبت هذه العلاقة في مجال صناعة السياسات في العالم الغربي وكذلك المنظمات الدولية. وكان وطني المملكة العربية السعودية من أوائل الدول التي بادرت إلى ذلك من خلال تأسيس مركز الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز العالمي للحوار بين أتباع الأديان والثقافات كايسيد، بالشراكة مع النمسا وأسبانيا والفاتيكان، ومجلس إدارة يمثلون 5 أديان، والذي تشرفت بأمانته لمدة تقارب 15 عاماً. كما أود الإشارة الجهود المباركة التي يقوم بها معالي الشيخ الدكتور محمد العيسى ورابطة العالم الإسلامي والشيخ الدكتور عبد الله بن بية ومنتدى أبوظبي للسلم، حيث تتضافر الجهود والهمم لمعالجة المشكلات التي نسجها البشر، مما استدعى تنظيم هذا المنتدى ومنه هذه الجلسة، والمساهمة في تقديم معالجات إبداعية ومقاربات فكرية للتغلب على نزغات الحروب في العقول وخطاب الكراهية في النفوس. ففي مجال الصحة وجدنا جائحة كورونا قد وحدت الأعداء لهزيمة عدوهم المشترك، ولم يتأخر العالم في استنفار كل علمه وقوانينه وأنظمته لمواجهته والقضاء عليه، بل أصبحوا يتواصلون وهم ربما أعداء من أجل حماية مجتمعاتهم من الخطر المشترك في تهديده صحتنا وأمننا ومعايشنا، وإيصال رسالة أننا لسنا أعداء لبعضنا البعض، وإنما عدونا المشترك جائحة كوفيد-19 التي أوقعت عالمنا في حالة من الاضطراب والفزع والقلق، وذكرتنا أن ما يحدث في جزء واحد من الأرض يمكن أن يؤثر في الناس وفي أنحاء المعمورة. وفي مجال الغذاء ما زال العالم يواجه كوارث وفشل ذريع في المحافظة على مصادر الغذاء وتطوير الحصول عليه، وكذلك التوزيع العادل للثروة، وما نشاهده من إسراف وكذلك تدمير لمواقع مهمة مثل ما أحدثه الصراع الغربي الروسي في أوكرانيا الذي نجم عنه تداعيات خطيرة. أما في مجال البيئة فتشكل تغيرات المناخ القاسية التي يطلق عليها تحدي القرن لما ينجم عنها من تحولات مفاجئة وطويلة الأجل واضطرابات في مختلف أنماط الطقس ودرجات الحرارة المرتفعة بسبب زيادة انبعاثات الغازات التي تؤثر على كوكبنا بما تحدثه فيه من كوارث مدمرة، سواء كانت بصورة تصحر أم فيضانات أم حرائق أم غير ذلك من الكوارث المناخية التي تضرر منها وفق إحصائيات أممية ما يقرب من 4 بلايين شخص على مستوى العالم، وما تزال تتصاعده يوميا وتتصاعد يوما وراء يوم، مما ينذر بزيادة التداعيات الإنسانية سيما في ظل ظروف مخاوفة من حدوث سيناريوهات كارثية مناخية أسوأ. ولعل انعقاد مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة المعني بتغيير المناخ COP27 بشرم الشيخ يجسد اهتمام العالم بمسارات الحوار والسلم والتوكيد على خطورة الأزمة المناخية التي تهدد العالم أجمع، مما يستوجب ضرورة التحرك واتخاذ خطوات عملية من أجل خفض حرارة الكوكب. وفي هذا الشأن أود الإشارة إلى مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر التي أطلقها صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان حفظه الله ولي العهد ورئيس مجلس الوزراء في أكتوبر 2021 بالشراكة مع الدول الشقيقة في مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية والشرق الأوسط لزراعة 40 مليار شجرة إضافية في المنطقة. 40 مليار تضاف إلى 10 مليارات شجرة في السعودية، ما يجعله أكبر برنامج إعادة تشجير في العالم، ويشكل 5% من الهدف العالمي لزراعة تريليون شجرة، ويحقق خفضاً بنسبة 2.5 من معدلات الكربون العالمية. كما سيسهم المشروع باستعادة مساحة تعادل 200 مليون هكتار من الأراضي المتدهورة، وتستهدف المبادرة خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية وإزالتها بأكثر من 670 مليون طن من مكافئ ثاني أكسيد الكربون، وهي التي كمية التي تمثل الإسهامات الوطنية من جميع دول المنطقة، كما تمثل 10% من الإسهامات العالمية عند الإعلان عن المبادرة. كما أشير إلى الانطلاق النسخة الثانية من قمة مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر 2022 بالمدينة المصرية نفسها على هامش مؤتمر كوب 27 يوم الاثنين الماضي، والتي أعلنت فيها المملكة العربية السعودية بالشراكة مع مصر، والتي أعلن خلالها سمو ولي العهد عن استضافة المملكة لمبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر والإسهام ب 2.5 مليار دولار لمشروعات المبادرة وميزانية الأمانة العامة التابعة لها للسنوات العشر المقبلة، لافتا إلى أن صندوق الاستثمارات السعودي يستهدف الوصول إلى الحياد الإلكتروني بحلول عام 2025. في هذا المنتدى العالمي وهذه الجلسة التي تناقش التحديات الحيوية العالمية لمجابهة السلم العالمي، نحاول أن تكون ثمة وقفة دينية وإنسانية وقيمية وأخلاقية وفكرية مسؤولة يبرز من خلالها المشاركون قيم الحوار ومبادئ التسامح وثقافة السلم العالمي والتحذير من استباحة العصمة الآدمية. إنها وقفة تحول أيضاً دون تفاقم الأزمات العالمية، ووقفتنا اليوم التي نحسبها حكيمة لترشيد الطاقات البشرية الطبيعية في فضاءة الصحة والغذاء، يشاركنا فيها كل من المتحدث لدينا مشكلة فنية أن المتحدث الرئيسي سيتأخر قليلاً، لذلك سنعطي الفرصة للمشاركين من أجل التحدث في الموضوع حتى يتمكن المتحدث الرئيسي من مشاركتنا في الموضوع. لذلك سنبدأ إذا سمحتونا مع الدكتورة عظمى سيد، وهي طبيبة رئيسة فريق عمل كوفيد 19 بالولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، طبيبة أمراض معدية كفاكم الله شر الأمراض المعدية بجامعة نيو إنجلاند، وهي من الطبيبات المشهورة والتي نفخر بوجودها معنا. فنتيح الفرصة لك دكتورة عظمى، تفضلي لمدة 5 دقائق. I hope the translation was okay.
That was perfect.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'd like to thank His Excellency Al Nahyan and Sheikh bin Baya for the gracious invitation. And of course, thank you to the Forum for Peace for hosting this amazing event today. And also thank you to all my esteemed colleagues, panelists, moderator, speakers, and all of the esteemed audience members that are here today. The impact and damage and disruption from the COVID-19 pandemic will take a long time to undo. In the meantime, it's more than likely that another pandemic will be upon us. With the ongoing globalization of travel, urbanization of lands, and climate change, pandemics will be occurring more and more frequently. Now, whether these are from novel viruses that jump from animals to humans, zoonosis, or from a highly resistant pathogen for which there is no treatment, only time will tell. What we do know right now is that we are ill-prepared to handle current and future threats of biosecurity. And we know very well from our current COVID-19 pandemic that diseases transcend borders. And although this is an extreme, dire situation, it's unfortunate that the funding for all of this is rather inadequate. Research shows us that there's a 50% chance that another pandemic as deadly as COVID-19 will occur in the next 25 years. Now, if this is going to be from influenza, a novel coronavirus, or this highly resistant micropathogen, which there is no treatment for, time will let us know. Antimicrobial resistance is something that affects millions of people worldwide. In 2019 alone, there was 5 million people that died because of antimicrobial resistance. And it's estimated that by the year 2050, there's going to be 10 million people who are going to be affected by this globally on an annual basis. And this will lead to a 3.8% reduction in the GDP. A 2022 report on AMR showed that the highest burden of antimicrobial resistance occurs in low-resource countries, and it's a leading cause of death. So why does antimicrobial resistance occur? Well, there's many reasons for this, some of which simple as misuse and overuse of antimicrobials, lack of access to clean water and sanitation, both for humans and for animals, lack of infection prevention and control measures, not just in hospitals, but also in farms, lack of access to simple medications and healthcare to prevent chronic conditions such as diabetes, and of course, lack of access to diagnostics, and most importantly, lack of access to vaccinations. Now, according to the WHO, approximately 25 million children missed their vaccines in 2020, and 17 million children did not receive a single dose of a vaccination in 2020. Now, access to healthcare and vaccinations is a fundamental human right. Unfortunately, it's not afforded by all, especially the most vulnerable populations. Health disparities traditionally are responsible for rising rates of low vaccination rates globally. And in regions of conflict, we can see that health disparities are predominant. According to a report by the UNHCR, there's approximately 100 million people who are forcibly displaced. And 40% of these, an astounding statistic, 40% of these displaced people are actually children. So these children don't have any access to healthcare or vaccinations. Now, the global scale of immunization disruptions during the COVID-19 pandemic has led to and continues to lead to an emergence, persistence, and reemergence of vaccine-preventable diseases. Now, although we have strong evidence for childhood immunizations, there is clear data that documents the disparities in vaccine acceptance, and this is most pronounced in racial and ethnic minorities. Vaccine hesitancy prevailed far before the COVID-19 pandemic, but it's just been accelerated even more during this pandemic. According to data from the American Academy of Pediatrics, 1 in 4 adults was hesitant about the influenza vaccination for their children. And an astounding 1 in 8 adults felt reservations about any childhood immunization. Now, why does vaccine hesitancy occur? There are many, many reasons for that. Some of this can be just from fear of safety and efficacy of a vaccine. Some stem from the lack of trust with the vaccine promoter. Some of it is from perceived low risk of infection or disease or illness. And some from lack of access, which we see globally, which continues to happen. And of course, there's cultural and religious beliefs that hinder vaccine acceptance. Now, the infodemic of misinformation and disinformation has been there before COVID-19. However, it has accelerated and skyrocketed during the pandemic. We need to use social media to really counteract all this misinformation and disinformation. We need to be fact-checking every reference that's out there, disseminating to people, especially those people that are most vulnerable in most impacted communities. We need to leverage artificial intelligence to promote healthcare and to promote immunizations and vaccinations. A recent statistic from WHO states that between the year 2030 and 2050, there's estimated to be an additional 250,000 additional deaths due to climate change. So climate change is also responsible for increasing pandemics. Now, why does this happen? There's several factors for this: malnutrition, malaria, diarrheal illness, as well as heat stress, naming just a few. Now, other vector-borne infectious diseases such as malaria, dengue, and schistosomiasis are also being affected by climate change, making it very difficult to control and nearly impossible to eliminate. Deforestation is also something that really has to be addressed because this leads to food insecurity, and food security is a public health concern. We have seen over and over again the health disparities that exist in the world, and this has just been highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 vaccine rollout just example to all of this for us, very simply, if you look at 68% of the world has received one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. But when you look at low-income countries, it's astounding that only 23% of people have received one dose of the vaccine. Now, there are other outbreaks that are happening throughout the world which continue to highlight the health disparities that we see. Polio, for example, continues to be a problem in countries like Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now, we have polio eradication strategies. However, we need more resources. We need ways to implement these strategies. We need improvement in our healthcare workforce. We need better infrastructure. The recent monkeypox outbreak that happened outside of the largest outbreak outside of Central and West Africa highlights the inequities that just keep persisting. On the tails of the current COVID-19 pandemic, we continue to see how we furthered these inequities by not learning from our mistakes. Most of the most vulnerable population is still impacted by monkeypox. Whether it be in the United States or abroad, we still see that the inequities exist and people are not able to access medications or life-saving vaccinations. And currently, the most pressing subject that we have right now is the Ebola outbreak that's happening in Uganda. And we see that there's rising cases, and there's really a struggle with the lack of infrastructure that's there. Simple access to PPE is needed. We need better rapid diagnostics. We need more treatments, and we need a global concerted effort to this to really improve on our healthcare workforce. So in closing, I'd like to say that we need a multidisciplinary approach to global health. We have to address these challenges in communicable diseases. These are already affecting much of the world. We have to combat antimicrobial resistance. We have to think about food safety and security, climate change, air and marine pollution. These are, thank you.
When a doctor like Dr. Abdullah speaks, nobody can stop her because she's talking about our health. تتكلم عن صحتنا, لذلك كلنا لازم نرحب فيها ونقدر الدور اللي تقوم به الدكتورة عظمى وجميع من يهتم بالصحة العالمية. In your behalf, let us welcome Professor Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University. I think he is in Colombia. He is a leading expert in sustainable development, and he is a leading expert also and professor in Columbia University. In your behalf, let us welcome Jeffrey Sachs. Please go ahead. 5 minutes, or I don't know, maybe more than that. You are the key speaker today. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everybody. I just want to confirm that you can hear me, okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Well, thank you. Excellent. Thank you very, very much. I'm in a busy hallway at the COP27, so I apologize. I hope the connection will work, and I want to thank all of the organizers of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace for having a forum for peace, which is so essential at a time of war, and also for inviting me to participate. We are in an extraordinarily dangerous time because, unfortunately, too many governments don't behave properly for their own people, don't behave properly for the world. And at a time when we more than ever need cooperation to face crises like climate change, which brings me to Sharm el-Sheikh for COP27, or the crises of health that we just heard so eloquently described, or the crises of poverty and exclusion. At a time like this, we should not be spending $2 trillion on weapon systems, and we should not be spending hundreds of billions of dollars destroying Ukraine at this moment.
Recording in progress.
Which is happening in a proxy war between the United States and Russia, with Ukraine caught in the middle of this. We should be finding a way to cooperation, to diplomacy, and to peace. The biggest problem on the planet, frankly, is that major powers like the United States, Russia, China, and others are not engaged in diplomacy. They're not talking to each other. They're just viewing each other as if this was a game of chess or some kind of other contest. Who's on top? Who's behind? Rather than as a need for cooperation. I'll give you an example. The G20 is next week. It's in Bali, Indonesia. Indonesia tried to arrange a meeting between President Biden and President Putin. And President Biden said, no, I'm not meeting President Putin. Now President Putin also probably won't come to the G20. So what should have been an urgent opportunity for the two leading nuclear powers that are already at war with each other in Ukraine to meet and to try to find a way out of this war. We don't even have a meeting, for heaven's sake. And you know, another example. Here we are at COP7 with the climate emergency. And as the secretary racing towards hell, as the Secretary General put it. So what is the United Kingdom doing? Senior legislators flying to Taiwan to increase the tension between the West and China even more, if you can imagine. How much higher does it have to be short of war? And that's what we've been doing. Stoking distrust, raising the temperature, not even engaging in meetings with each other. Well, I've been on all sides of all of these issues for 30 years, by which I mean meeting with senior Russian officials, Ukrainian officials, American officials, Chinese officials, and so on. I know these crises. There's no reason for war in Ukraine. There was a perfect opportunity to avoid this conflict. President Putin was very clear. Don't expand NATO to Ukraine and to Georgia. Perfectly reasonable, by the way, because it's perfectly unreasonable for the US to expand its military alliance right into Russia's neighborhood. How provocative can one be? But the United States didn't listen. And it didn't listen basically for 30 years, by the way, because it was already 30 years ago that the United States promised to Gorbachev, NATO won't expand. And then they reneged on that promise. NATO's already expanded to 14 countries, for heaven's sake, even though they promised no expansion. And it remains a US priority that NATO expands to Ukraine. What do we expect from Russia in this context? That Russia leaves and the United States military fills in the gap, and that Russia's going to do that short of a continued war? I don't think so. But with diplomacy between the United States and Russia, this war could actually, first of all, been avoided. And second, be ended now. The basis for ending the Ukraine war is actually not so complicated, because the terms have been on the table for years. And even the two parties, Ukraine and Russia, came close to an agreement in March before Ukraine walked out of the negotiations. And the terms are no NATO expansion. Russia continues with its de facto control of Crimea, because that's where its naval base has been since 1783, thank you. And a compromise on autonomy is reached for the Donbas region. Those are the terms that President Putin put on the table in 2021 that Biden objected to. Those are the terms that almost were the basis of agreement in March. And those are the terms that could end this war now. Of course, we're not told in the mainstream Western media almost any of this, because the war machine is quite powerful. Similarly, in East Asia, the United States is organizing new military alliances rather than negotiating with China. And this danger of war with Taiwan is being stoked by the US deliberately evading the terms of the one China policy on which the US and China base their diplomacy. And it's extremely dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. It's extremely reckless. We don't need our legislators like our Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, or this British legislator flying to Taiwan to wave a flag. We need serious diplomacy so that Taiwan doesn't get caught in the same kind of war that Ukraine is caught in right now. So your peace forum is so essential. And Abu Dhabi understands perfectly well, since it's one of the world's main open cities, trading entrepôts, good relations with everybody, wants to do business with everybody. You understand, talk to everybody, invite everybody, gather everybody together, find practical solutions. Don't aim for one country to run the world or to be the unipolar power or to make a military alliance around the world with more than 80 countries. That's the United States, more than 80 countries with military bases right now. We need a different approach, but we live in a multipolar world. We live in a world of 193 countries. We live in a world where the United States is only 4% of the world population. We live in a world in which the US plus EU is only 10% of the world population. For heaven's sake, let's behave ourselves. Let's have dialogue, let's have negotiation, let's have peace, let's make business, let's come to Dubai for Abu Dhabi for holidays and for wonderful conferences and seminars and for culture, but let's do it without having the wars. That is, I think, why your peace forum is so essential right now. We are not going to solve any of our problems if this Ukraine war continues. We need to tell all of the parties to this. That's the US as proxy party, that is Ukraine, that is Russia. Sit down and hammer this out so that everybody's security is properly respected. Perfectly possible. And similarly, that's the message with the US and China. I don't know of another country in the world that wants to be caught in between a US-China conflict. So I hope that that can be a powerful message coming out of your wonderful forum. Thank you for letting me share a few brief remarks with you, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Jeffrey. It's a powerful message coming from you. I cannot disagree with you. I think it's really one of the main issues we are facing now. We have to be critical to the situation which we all faced, and we have to find a solution. We need to listen to wise people who really bring wisdom and to remind us that dialogue is a must now, and we have to talk. We have to talk to each other. نشكرك على ما تحدثت به لهذه القاعة وهذه الكلمة التي أعلنها شخصية هامة مثل جيفري ساكس، وهو معروف في مجال التنمية المستدامة وأيضا من الأساتذة المعروفين ومهتم ومدير معهد الأرض من في جامعة كولومبيا. يعني هذه الرسالة حقيقة تذكرنا بأشياء كثيرة. نحن في هذه المنطقة من العالم عانينا كثيرا في سنوات ليست بعيدة عن ما يسمى بالربيع العربي، عندما تم تدمير تماسك المجتمعات العربية، وكان تدميرا ممنهجا أدى إلى تدمير كثير من المجتمعات العربية. لذلك يجب علينا دائما أن نفكر وننادي بالحكمة والحوار والنقاش من أجل تحقيق التنمية المستدامة والأمن والسلام، وهو ما نادى به خبير عالمي مثل البروفيسور جيفري ساكس. الآن الكلمة للدكتورة أمنيات الهاجري، وهي استشارية أمراض السكري والغدد، المدير التنفيذي لقطاع صحة المجتمع بهيئة الصحة بأبوظبي الإمارات العربية المتحدة. درست الطب في الكلية الملكية الإيرلندية للجراحين، وتخصصت في أمراض السكري والغدد في الكلية نفسها. ونتمنى لك التوفيق. 5 دقائق، تفضل يا دكتور.
شكرا. السلام عليكم جميعا. من العاصمة أبوظبي، من قلب الإمارات النابض، يسعدني التواجد معكم اليوم. خالص الشكر والتقدير للجنة المنظمة التي أتاحت لي فرصة الحوار والحديث معكم. حوار شيق. أشكر أختي الدكتورة عظمى على تغطية الكثير من النقاط التي أنوي الحديث بها، وأشكر معاليك أيضا على تغطية جزء كبير منها. بحاول بقدر المستطاع أني أختصر بإذن الله. شكرا جزيلا. تسلم. بحاول أختصر بقدر المستطاع بإذن الله. الدكاترة صعب كنترول الوقت اللي يكونون فيه. أنا مجهزة 15 دقيقة بس، أوعدكم أن أنا أقللها. يمكن النقطة الأولى اللي أحب أن أنا أتكلم فيها أهمية معرفة أن التحديات الحيوية للسلم متصلة ومترابطة. نحن لا نتكلم عن تحديات منفصلة، هي حلقة متصلة يدعم كل منها الآخر ويؤذي كل منها الآخر. تحديات الأمن الغذائي العالمي، إذا كانت هنالك نقطة وحيدة أود توصيلها للجميع، فهي حقيقة أن العالم للأسف يتحرك في الاتجاه المعاكس، مبتعداً عن هدف التنمية المستدامة المتمثل في القضاء على جميع أشكال الجوع وانعدام الأمن الغذائي وسوء التغذية مع حلول عام 2030. هذا الموعد الذي يفترض فيه أن نحقق هذا الهدف، وللأسف آخر التقارير التي تم إصدارها في عام 2022 يوضح بكل بساطة أن الصراعات المتعددة حول العالم بما فيها الحرب الأوكرانية وغيرها من الحروب فاقمت الوضع الصعب الذي يعاني منه الكثير في أنحاء العالم، وأدت إلى زيادة عدد الأشخاص الذين يعانون من نقص التغذية. متوقع 13 مليون شخص إضافي في هذا العام و17 مليون في العام القادم. الإجراءات الاحترازية الناتجة عن جهود الاستجابة لكوفيد حمت العالم من الإصابة بالمرض، لكنها في نفس الوقت أدت إلى ارتفاع أسعار الوقود، أسعار الأسمدة، وبالتالي كان لها بعض التأثير السلبي في إعاقة الحركة التجارية وإعاقة التنمية المستدامة في بعض المناطق. إذا انتقلنا إلى التحدي في الأمن الصحي، ولن أقضي فيه الوقت الكثير، أختي الدكتورة عظمى غطت أغلب المواضيع. يهمني أن ألفت نظر العالم إلى أن كوفيد جائحة واحدة، هنالك الكثير من الأمراض المعدية وهناك الكثير من التحديات التي تواجهنا لا يقف لها العالم بنفس الانتباه. الأمراض المعدية الأخرى عادت للظهور في دول كثيرة في ضوء التحديات الاقتصادية والصراعات والأزمات. أصبحنا نسمع مرة أخرى عن عودة شلل الأطفال إلى دول كثيرة، وأيضا الحصبة والكوليرا وغيرها. الدوامة الخطرة أو الفيشس سايكل، أهمية ارتباط كل هذه العوامل ببعضها. تحديات اقتصادية، ارتفاع أسعار الوقود، أسعار الأسمدة، نقص التغذية، سوء التغذية تؤدي إلى نقص المناعة، مما يؤدي إلى انتشار الأمراض وتزايدها، وهذه بدورها تؤدي إلى فقدان أيام العمل، فقدان التعليم، تأخر العمل، قلة الإنتاجية، وتزيد في سوء هذه الدوامة. الأمن العالمي الصحي مهدد، ومهدد بأشياء بسيطة، من ضمنها عدم وجود أنظمة مراقبة واستجابة سريعة ومستدامة في كثير من دول العالم. تحديات التمويل والتصنيع، وليس فقط التصنيع بل جودة التصنيع للأدوية واللقاحات. الاكتفاء الذاتي ليس فقط في الدول بل أيضا في المناطق الإقليمية وحول العالم. تحديات طويلة الأمد لا تخفى عليكم، الأمراض المزمنة، القاتل طويل الأمد، سواء أمراض القلب والشرايين، ارتفاع ضغط الدم، ارتفاع الدهون، السرطانات وما إليها. ومفارقات مهمة لابد أن ننتبه لها كمجتمع متكامل. مثلا التبغ أحد أهم تحديات الأمن الصحي العالمي، يؤدي إلى الكثير من السرطانات، يؤدي إلى أمراض القلب والشرايين، لكنه في نفس الوقت مهم جدا لبعض الدول كمصدر للدخل القومي. مهم جدا أن ننتبه لهذه المفارقات ما بين الصحة والاقتصاد. في الأمن البيئي يهمني فقط أن أتطرق إلى أهمية الثالوث الذي نتعرض له: تلوث، تغير في المناخ، قلة في التنوع البيولوجي، تضاعف في المخاطر تهدد حياتنا جميعا، لا تهدد الدولة بوحدها ولكن تهدد العالم أجمع. أكثر من 1,000,000 نوع من النباتات والحيوانات معرض للانقراض. الأمراض تنتج عن تلوث الهواء. المياه الملوثة تقتل أكثر من 1.8 مليون شخص، معظمهم من الأطفال. لا بد أيضاً أن نذكر دائماً أن هذا التحدي تتعرض له بعض الفئات أكثر من الفئات الأخرى. كل هذه التحديات تؤثر سلباً على النساء والأطفال وعلى كبار السن بصورة أكبر من غيرهم. والسؤال الأهم لنا جميعاً: ماذا بعد؟ سلاسل التوريد العالمية ووسائل الإعلام الرقمية، الأنظمة، الأجهزة الذكية حولت كوكبنا كله إلى قرية صغيرة متصلة ببعضها البعض، لكنها تواجه أيضاً نفس التحديات بدرجات مختلفة من الشدة. يجب أن لا نتهاون في فرض معايير أعلى، لأن مستقبلنا المشترك، مستقبل أبنائنا، يعتمد على ذلك. لن ننجح دون تعزيز التعاون وتضافر الجهود، سواء عالمياً، محلياً، بين الجهات الحكومية والخاصة والمنظمات الأممية والعالمية، وكذلك مؤسسات النفع العام والقيادات المجتمعية التي تمثلونها وأفراد المجتمع. الحقيقة الكبرى التي تظهر لنا بوضوح هي أننا لن نستطيع الوصول إلى أهدافنا دون التركيز على ما يجمعنا من قيم المحبة والإنسانية والسلام والعدالة والتسامح وتقبل الآخر. ولا بد من أن نبدأ في مراحل عمرية مبكرة جدا حتى تصبح هذه طبيعة أطفالنا الناشئين في كوننا اليوم. من الضروري الاستعانة بالأبحاث والمنتجات المتطورة والتكنولوجيا والمبتكرة لخلق قيمة مشتركة للجميع. والأهم من هذا كله الشفافية في مشاركة المعلومات، في تحديد الفجوات. الكثير منا يفخر بمشاركة التجارب الإيجابية. ما نحتاجه كتجربة إنسانية واعية هو مشاركة الأخطاء، التجارب التي لم تتكلل بالنجاح، من دون حرج، حتى نستطيع صناعة الفارق وتقليل الخسائر وتجنب الأخطاء. كم باقي لي عشان ما أتهور؟ إن شاء الله. المراجع موجودة والمحتوى موجود للراغبين. بضطر أن أنا بإذن الله أتخطى جزء كبير منه. طرحت بعض الحلول الأساسية، يمكن بركز على جزء منها. تعزيز الأمن الغذائي، من المهم جدا أن يتم التعامل في هذه المشكلة على مستوى دولي وعلى مستوى عالمي. لابد من الإشراف الدولي للتأكد من الوصول إلى جميع المحتاجين دون تمييز ودون تفرقة. ولا بد من توسيع نطاق أنظمة الأغذية الزراعية الرقمية لتسهل لنا الأداء السلس. إذا لم نعرف ما هو المتوفر لن نستطيع الوصول ولن نستطيع وصل سلاسل الإمدادات. يهمني جدا كطبيبة دعم الرضاعة الطبيعية للأطفال، تغذية طبيعية ومناسبة لهم وتدعم صحتهم وفي نفس الوقت تدعم الأمن الغذائي. الأمن الصحي يهمني أن أركز على أهمية التعاون الدولي في الدراسات التطبيقية والمقارنة. عمل منظمة الصحة العالمية مع الشركاء، دعم الجهود للتصنيع والاكتفاء الذاتي. عدم وجود حلول واعية للاكتفاء الذاتي والاكتفاء الإقليمي مبنية على شفافية واضحة تؤدي إلى الكثير من المشاكل. الكثير من الاستراتيجيات موجودة لكننا نحتاج إلى تفعيلها. شاكرة لكم جدا، ويهمني أن أختم بشيء واحد. كنت بعرض عليكم بعض التجارب الناجحة من إماراتنا الحبيبة، لكن بإذن الله التجارب كلها موجودة وأنا متأكدة أن لديكم الكثير من العلم عنها. في الختام أذكر نفسي وأذكركم وأذكر أجيالنا القادمة أن العالم قرية صغيرة، وأن ما يجمعنا أكبر بكثير مما يفرقنا، وأن الخيار الأول والأخير بأيدينا. فلنختر المحبة والإخلاص والإبداع، ولنجعل عالمنا بنا أجمل. شعارنا الموحد يجب أن يكون: كونوا للحياة حياة. وفقكم الله وسدد خطاكم.
شكرا دكتورة أمنيات. فخور جدا بأن يكون لدينا طبيبة ومعروفة مثل الدكتورة أمنيات في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، كذلك الدكتورة عظمى على المستوى الدولي في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. يعني الحقيقة اليوم هذه الجلسة ممتعة جدا بوجود طبيبتين يعني مهتمات بالصحة وأيضا حريصين كل الحرص على صحة البشر في سواء كان على مستوى العالم أو وهو جزء أيضا من التماسك العالمي ومساعدة المرضى بغض النظر عن أديانهم أو معتقداتهم. فنتمنى لكم التوفيق. المتحدث الآن هو سيد كولين بلوم، وهو مستشار الحكومة للشراكات الدينية في الحكومة البريطانية، شغل عدد من المناصب في الحكومة البريطانية. السيد كولين أنا صراحة معجب جدا بالتعريف عنه، لأنه الموضوع الذي يهتم فيه هو قريب إلى قلبي، هو إشراك القيم الدينية وترسيخها في القضايا المجتمعية وخاصة مع صناع السياسات. 5 minutes, Mr. Collin, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, whose commitment to peace is overwhelmingly self-evident. And may I also thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer, whose leadership, wisdom and compassion is genuinely inspiring. And may I also thank the wider leadership of both this conference and the leadership of this amazing city. Because in this beautiful and complex place that is the Middle East, Abu Dhabi is like a glorious tapestry that is made up of increasingly bright and shining threads that explode with tolerance, acceptance, and peace. Abu Dhabi is an example to the rest of the world of how peace and justice can not just be embraced, but also shared generously with others. In recent years, I've become something of an unofficial ambassador for Abu Dhabi to my friends and colleagues, both in the United Kingdom government and around the world. When I tell them about the enormous church of St. Andrew's, which is right next to the Mary, the Mother of Jesus Mosque, or the synagogue, or St. Therese Church, or the Evangelical Church, or the values that this peace forum promotes, I'm pleased to say that many of the negative misconceptions are rightly shattered. So thank you, Abu Dhabi, and may you continue to be a bright, shining star, not just in this region, but to the rest of the world. Some of the greatest human rights we have is the freedom of thought, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, faith, and belief. And I applaud this forum's commitment to these freedoms. So let me just briefly respond to the keynote speaker, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And I'm glad he used his freedom of speech to make his points, and he made them powerfully. But allow me to use my freedom of speech to say that I disagree with almost everything that he said. The importance of dialogue is self-evident, and it's important that we disagree without being disagreeable. But the idea that Ukraine is a proxy war between the United States and Russia is absurd. And to criticize the British government for sending a trade envoy to Taiwan is also absurd. The very governments he seeks to appease are the ones that would deny him many of the human rights that he uses to abuse both the UK and the US. Winston Churchill, a great hero of mine, once famously said that an appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile, hoping that it will eat him last. Anyway, now on to the subject matter of food, healthcare, and climate. In December, a report that I've been writing for the last 3 years will be published by the British government. It's called the Bloom Report, and it's about how government engages with faith communities. As I say, it's taken 3 years. We've had 21,000 responses from the public, over 1 million pieces of data that required analysis, and it's 60,000 words long and has 20 recommendations for the government. One of the areas that I highlight comes from the experiences we had during the COVID pandemic and the subsequent lockdowns that came afterwards. When government was desperate and was struggling to communicate safety messages with all communities and encourage people on how they should take necessary precautions and what steps were required when they needed vaccinations or treatment, we realized that places of worship were an essential tool in our toolbox. So we ran multiple exercises in partnership with places of worship. The result was many lives were saved. Relationships between faith leaders and the government were also greatly strengthened. But it's astonishing to me that we only partnered with places of worship when we wanted to deliver a more efficient and more effective way of public service. And I think it's important that we never lose the idea that places of worship have a unique convening power to bring government and the communities that they represent together. And if the warnings that my fellow panelist, Dr. Uzma Saeed, if they come true, then our governments will need to immediately work with more places of worship to help stop the growth of diseases or to provide the public health access that is needed. So how do we collectively meet the needs of the hungry, the sick, and the cold? Well, both in the Christian and the Muslim tradition, there's a very similar story. And let me share the Christian one with you. Jesus told this story to his disciples. He said, "For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was ill and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came and visited me." And Jesus' disciples said, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or naked or thirsty? Or when did we give you something to drink? When did we give you clothes? When did we invite you in when you were a stranger?" And Jesus' response was, "Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me." It's an almost identical story that I think is taught in Islam. And similar teachings of generosity and hospitality are prominent in both the Hindu and Sikh faith, and of course in the Jewish faith.
1 minute.
Our respective faith communities were providing solutions to these problems of hunger and of loneliness and of war long before the government was. So my advice to people listening is the same advice I give to the British government. Be bold and courageous. Do not be afraid to partner with places of worship, and sometimes even allow them to take the lead if their goals are aligned with yours. One of the main conclusions to my report is that faith is an overwhelmingly positive force for society. So when we are looking at the critical issues of climate change, food inequality, shortages of water or medicine or disaster or war, perhaps the quickest and most effective answers might very well be found through faith communities, and governments should not be frightened to engage with them. We do need to be discerning and not cynical, but remember that we're all on a journey, none of us are perfect, and we must remain humble. So thank you for listening, and while I have the microphone, can I also thank the translators who have made this conference accessible to so many of us that only speak one language. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colin Bloom. Thank you for وشكرا لك على مشاركتك الطيبة. ووددت يعني أن أذكر قصة جميلة هنا على دور إشراك القيم الدينية. إذا كان الدكتور فندلي موجود في القاعة فهو يتذكر أنه عندما بدأنا في الحوار بين أتباع الأديان والثقافات وكنا نحاول إشراك القيادات الدينية والمؤسسات الدينية في مكافحة بعض الأمراض المعدية، ثبت لنا بالدليل القاطع أن العمل من خلال أماكن العبادة في التوعية الصحية يؤدي إلى نتائج رائعة جدا بجانب الجهود الصحية. لذلك فإن استنفار جهود القيادات والمؤسسات الدينية مطلب مجتمعي ويجب تعزيزه في كل مكان من أجل الحصول على نتائج إيجابية. سنعود إلى المشاركين. أنا لا أعرف إذا كان سيد جيفري ساكس ما زال معنا، لكن سنعطي 3 دقائق لكل مشارك ومشاركة للتحدث عن الصورة التي يستطيع الربط بينها بين التخصص الطبي أو التخصص الغذائي أو التخصص في التنمية المستدامة أو في المناخ أو في غيره مع السلم العالمي. كيف نستطيع تعزيز قضية السلم العالمي من خلال الجهود الصحية؟ وأنا أعرف أنه طبعا يعني كان من الأمنيات عندما تحدثت الدكتورة عظمى عن الفاكسين وعن المضادات الحيوية، يا ريت يوم من الأيام الأطباء في العالم يكتشفون أيضا مضاد حيوي أو فاكسين للكراهية، للتطرف، لغيرها، للحروب، للقضايا التي تواجه مجتمعاتنا تحتاج. يعني عندما استنفرنا العلماء لمكافحة كوفيد 19 وجدوا الحل، لكن الكراهية والتطرف والإرهاب أو المشاكل العالمية التي تحصل الآن ما زال العالم يدور في حلقة مفرغة. دكتور عظمة تفضلي.
Thank you. So we know that global collaboration is key to combat inequities, whether it be COVID-19 or any other infectious disease or health outbreak or climate change or food insecurity, as we've been discussing. So how can we combat some of this? Well, we know that there's about 400 million people who do not have access to healthcare, and 40% of people live in poverty. So we need to increase the funding for healthcare and recruit and train more healthcare workers, basically an overhaul of the infrastructure for healthcare with adequate resources and support services to limit the strain on the already minute healthcare workforce that we have, which is struggling to keep up with the demands of the ongoing pandemics and chronic medical conditions that we have worldwide. We can do this by providing funding, resources, proper pay for healthcare workers, childcare, elder care, sick leave, whatever you may have, but we need to support this. We need that infrastructure to move forward. We also need to control zoonosis and other infections that can jump from animals to humans, and we can do this by addressing animals in captivity and trade of wildlife. So those are things that we need to address as well. We need a high standard of biosecurity, wastewater surveillance. We need sharing of intellectual property. We've seen how poorly we've done in the current pandemic and how we need to move forward from this. There has to be a public and private partnership globally to really move forward and move the needle on this. So in conclusion, I'll say that there's 3 things that we really need to focus on to have this comprehensive strategy to support global peace. The first being having new technologies to rapidly detect novel pathogens and share those globally with the world. Having funding for preparedness, not just preparedness, but to be able to respond, because what good is all of the preparation if you don't enact it in the time of crisis? And lastly, we need to strengthen our biosafety and biosecurity. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة عظمة. وقبل أن ننتقل للدكتورة أمنيات، يعني كل اللي نعرفهم عندهم أمراض السكري لا ينصح بأن ينفعلوا، لا ينصح بأن يدخلوا في قضايا تؤدي إلى ارتكاب غلطات يعني صحية. حتى على المستوى الزوجي المريض بالسكر يجب أن يكون هادئ دائما ويحاول أن يسيطر على نفسه. دكتورة أمنيات، كيف نعيش في سلام سواء كان مع العالم أو داخل بيوتنا إذا كان مرتبط بمرض السكري؟ تفضل.
شكرا للسؤال. أنا دائما أحب استخدام الأمثلة، وأعتقد التجربة الرائدة التي مررنا فيها في مكافحتنا لجائحة كوفيد مثال قد ينطبق على كل شيء آخر في العالم.
نعم.
في دولة الإمارات الحبيبة أكثر من 200 جنسية مختلفة، تجتمع أديان مختلفة، عقائد مختلفة، ثقافات مختلفة، أعمار مختلفة، لكنهم جميعاً كانوا أولوية للقيادة الحكيمة والعادلة. نحن بدأنا هذه الجائحة بعبارة واضحة تماماً من سمو رئيس الدولة يقول فيها: الغذاء والدواء خط أحمر، لا تشلون هم. ثم انتقلنا: أوصيكم بأهلكم. وجميع هذه رسائل عامة لكل من هو موجود على ثرى هذه الأرض الطيبة، إلى أن وصلنا إلى مرحلة خرجنا بخير. توفرت الأدوية للجميع، توفرت اللقاحات للجميع بغض النظر عن العرق والدين والجنسية. في نفس الوقت كانت هناك الكثير من البرامج التي تصل إلى الأشخاص، لأننا نعلم أنه من الصعب وصولهم إلى هذه الخدمات، فكان هناك الكثير من التكنولوجيا والابتكار في الوصول إلى الأشخاص عبر منصات التطبيب عن بعد، لكبار السن، للمصابين بالأمراض المزمنة، لإخواننا وأخواتنا من أصحاب الهمم. هذه النظرة إذا استطعنا تعميمها وتعاملنا بحب في جميع دول العالم وجعلنا الأولويات تقاس بحسب الحاجات، نستطيع تغيير الكثير. الخطر الأكبر الذي يواجهنا حالياً ويدعو إلى عدم الاستقرار وعدم الوصول إلى السلام التنافسية الشديدة. المحتاج لا يستطيع الوصول إلى ما يحتاج إليه، بينما في الجهة الأخرى قد يكون هناك الكثير من الموارد الفائضة التي يتم إعدامها فقط للحفاظ مثلا على أسعار السوق العالمية.
صحيح.
التعامل بإنسانية ومعرفة أننا في النهاية عائلة واحدة شئنا أم أبينا، نعيش في نفس المجتمع. الحرب في أي دولة، الصراع في أي دولة، انعدام الأمن في أي دولة يؤثر على جميع الدول الأخرى. انظروا إلى أبنائنا اليوم، انظروا إليهم على أجهزة الآيباد مثلا. إنها قرية عالمية شئنا أم أبينا، أفكار مشتركة، توجهات مشتركة. إما أن ندخل نحن بحب وبطاقة إيجابية، أو نسمح للآخرين بالدخول بالدمار والتفرقة ونعيش جميعنا في حرب لن تنتهي أبدا. الخيار خيار شخصي على مستوى إنساني وعلى مستوى الحكومات.
شكرا، بارك الله فيك، شكرا. سؤال موجه للسيد كولن بلوم. يعني كيف تساهم القيم الدينية في إيقاف الحروب، في مكافحة العنصرية، في مكافحة التطرف، في نشر السلم العالمي؟ هل يمكن فعلا أن تساهم في مساندة صانع السياسات لإيقاف هذه الكوارث التي نواجهها في العالم؟ تفضل.
Thank you for that question, and the piece that I'd prepared for this final session hopefully will answer it. I said in my previous section that it's hugely important that governments work with places of worship, whether it's to deal with the delivery of public service or if it's in response to a major crisis, whether that be a disease or something else, including war. But I think one of the things that I said was that we have to be discerning and not cynical. In fact, you know, one of my daily prayers is, Lord, make me discerning, not cynical. It's very easy to be cynical if you work in politics. Much harder to be discerning. And there is a subtle but important difference. And I think there are three types of believers. There are true believers, and true believers are men and women of faith who hold on to their faith and are almost universally recognized as people of peace. Whether you're a true believer in the Muslim tradition or the Christian tradition or the Sikh tradition or any other tradition, you will pursue peace with all of your heart. And that is one of the characteristics of a true believer. But in our society, we also have non-believers. And non-believers, my experience, particularly in the UK and in the US, is that non-believers, you can work with them pretty successfully as well. You know, most of them are good people, they just don't have a faith. The third group are the ones that cause us all the problems. They are the make-believers. These are the ones that really don't have, they pretend to have a faith, they're pretend believers. They are what you would call, make-believers. They cause us all the problems. They are imposters. I think yesterday His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Al Issa mentioned that no true believing Muslim ever started a war. I think that was the translation that came through. And I thought that was perfect because it really works to my argument that a true believer wouldn't do this kind of thing. It's only the make-believers, it's only the imposters. And so we have to be really discerning about who we work with. We must work with true believers, we must work with non-believers because they are there, but we must not work with make-believers, these imposters. Very often these people are motivated by money, or they're motivated by fame, or ego, or prestige, or some other issue. And we need to be discerning about pointing them out and not working with them. So in the spirit of being bold and courageous, to answer your question, how can faith resolve some of the problems, including wars? Well, let's work with people of peace. This is what this forum is all about.
Yes.
True believers are men and women of peace.
Thank you.
And if they use their faith to promote war and strife, then they're probably not true believers. They're probably make-believers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. باسمكم جميعا نتقدم بالشكر إلى السيد أو البروفيسور جيفري ساكس الذي حدثنا عبر الشبكة وتحدث في مواضيع أعتقد أنها مواضيع الساعة. يعني الآن يجب أن نفكر في كل كلمة قالها عالم من العلماء الذين لهم مكانة علمية ومعرفية، وتحدث عن أمور يجب أن تكون دائما جرس إنذار لأن نفيق من غفلتنا هذه، وأن نحكم العقل، وأن يتم إيقاف هذه الحروب وهذا الدمار الذي يجتاح البشرية. أيضا باسمكم جميعا أشكر الدكتورة عظمى سيد. شكرا الدكتورة عظمى، فخورين بوجودها في مكانها وفي عملها. الدكتورة أمنيات شكرا لك على الحضور والمشاركة. والسيد كولين بلوم شكرا على مشاركتك. ونحييكم جميعا، وأقول لكم بكل صراحة عندما تلقيت الدعوة لرئاسة هذه الجلسة فأنا لست متخصصا لا بالغذاء ولا بالصحة ولا بالمناخ، فكنت في حيرة من أمري، فأنا خادم للحوار، ولكنني توكلت على الله واستمتعت بهذه الجلسة. لقد تعلمت منهم الشيء الكثير. أشكر الحضور وأشكر المنظمين وأشكر المترجمين، وأقول لكم أن طريق السلم والسلام طويل جدا جدا جدا، وعليكم الصبر والتسلح بالعلم والمعرفة. وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معالي الأستاذ فيصل بن معمر والأعضاء على هذه الجلسة القيمة. حضورنا الكرام، نواصل أعمال الملتقى ومع الجلسة العلمية الثانية بعنوان ضرورة الشراكات لتحقيق السلم العالمي. يترأس هذه الجلسة الدكتور محمد السنوني، المدير التنفيذي لشبكة صانعي السلام الدينيين والتقليديين. والمتحدث في هذه الجلسة سعادة الدكتور ويليام فندلي، نائب الرئيس لشؤون الأديان العالمية في معهد فيتزر. كما يشارك في هذه الجلسة كل من الإمام محمد ماجد، الإمام التنفيذي للمجتمع الإسلامي لعموم دالاس أدامز، مؤسس شبكة الجيران متعددة الأديان. ويشارك أيضاً سعادة السيد بوب ويستر، الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي لمعهد فيتزر الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. ويشارك معنا شارون روزين، المدير العالمي للمشاركة الدينية، المجلس الاستشاري للأمين العام لمنظمة الأديان من أجل السلام. وتشارك السيدة بريندا عبد العال، مساعدة الوزير للشراكات والتعاون في وزارة الأمن الداخلي الأمريكية. كما يشارك معنا سعادة الأستاذ محمد سعيد النيادي، المدير العام للهيئة العامة للشؤون الإسلامية والأوقاف بدولة الإمارات. فليتفضل رئيس الجلسة والمشاركين إلى المنصة مشكورين.
السلام عليكم. I'll correct it. Greetings to all our esteemed guests here at the 9th Assembly of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. Due to the earlier beginning of tonight's dinner, the Imam Hassan ibn Ali dinner, which is now starting at 6:30, we are going to bring forth the next session, which is the necessity of partnerships in promoting global peace. So could I kindly ask all the speakers who are participating in this session to come to the stage. The next session will be moderated by Dr. Mohammed El-Sanusi, the Executive Director for the Network of Religious and Traditional Peacemakers from the USA. And beginning this session with a keynote speech is Dr. William Venley, Vice President for the World Religions and Spirituality Fetzer Institute from the USA. So may I also ask our other panelists, Imam Muhammad Majid, the Executive Imam at the Adams Center, Brenda Abdalal, Assistant Secretary of Partnership and Engagement at the US Department of Homeland Security, and Sharon Rosen, the Global Director of Religious Engagement, Search for Common Ground, Religious for Peace, Secretary General's Advisory Council from Israel. And our dear Pastor Bob Roberts, founder of the Multi-Faith Network, Neighbors Network, and GlocalNet from the USA. And also His Excellency Muhammad Al-Niyadi, the Director General of the General Authority of Islamic Affairs and Endowments. We hope that everyone else can be seated and this session will start shortly.
Good evening, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome again. Welcome. We're gonna continue the session, and I can assure you this is the last session before the dinner, the last session before the award. So we would like to do a couple of things. I can promise you this session is going to be interactive. What that means, that get ready. You can ask questions as well. And also, we're going to engage the panel in a discussions. So it's going to be a question and answer sessions as well. And I see Sharon is here. Welcome, Sharon Rosen. But before we begin the panel, I would like to invite my good friend, His Excellency, Maali Dr. Muhammad Koni. His Excellency Koni is the Minister of Religious Affairs of Mali. He's a powerful speaker, as we all know. He's a great speaker, participate in this conference frequently, and his efforts bringing peace and security to West Africa is well recognized. So, معالي الوزير مرحبا بكم وإلى الكلمة. يعني أنا تكلمت مع معالي الوزير قلت له يركز الحديث على المقتضيات والشراكات وأهميتها ويعطينا المختصر المفيد. معالي الوزير.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث لعالمية السلام في مواجهة عولمة الحرب وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين وإن جنحوا للسلم فاجنح لها ولو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك صن النفس واحملها على ما يزينها تعش سالما والقول فيك جميل ولا ترين الناس إلا تجملا نبى بك دهر أو جفاك خليل. سمو الشيخ عبد الله بن زايد آل نهيان وزير الخارجية والتعاون الدولي بدولة الإمارات، سماحة الشيخ العلامة فريد الزماني الشيخ عبد الله بن بيا رئيس منتدى أبوظبي للسلم ورئيس مجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي، وليس على الله بمستنكر أن يجمع العالم في واحد. أصحاب النيافة والفضيلة أيها الحفل الكريم، أصالة مني ونيابة عن رئيس دولتي العقيد عاصم جويتا ورئيسه الوزراء وعن العلماء الأماجد والقادة الدينية الذين رافقوني في هذا المكان مثل الشيخ العلامة الشيخ يعقوب دكري، أثمن غاليا بكل فخر واعتزاز تواجدي معكم في هذا الملتقى التاسع الميمون لمنتدى أبوظبي، كما أعبر عن امتناني بحفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. وإن الموضوع الذي يتناوله الملتقى لهذا العام لمن أهم الموضوعات التي يجب الانتباه لها لعلاقتها المتينة باستقرار العالم واستتاب الأمن الذي امتن الله به على البشرية بنعمته، فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. واستتاب الأمن من التحديات التي يجب على المنظمات العالمية التشبث بها تفاديا لويلات الحرب الوخيمة. وما الحرب إلا ما علمتم وزختم، وما هو عنها بالحديث المرجم. متى تبعثوها ذميمة، وتضرى إذا ضريتموها فتضرمي، فتعرككم عرك الرحى بسفالها، وتلقه كشافا ثم تنتي فتتئمي. فالاشتياق إلى إبراز العضلات القوية لإشعال نار الفتنة يجب أن يبقى ذكرا للماضي، ولا نكن في من قال كفى حزنا أن تلتقي الخيل بالقنا وأترك مشدودا علي وثاقيا، إلى أن قال حبست عن الحرب العوان وقد بدت وإعمال غيري يوم ذاك الغوالية. إن دولتي مالي وبقيادتها الرشيدة تفضل دوما الجلوس على طاولة الحوار بالكلام، الكلام الذي تبدأ به الحرب ويبدأ به السلام، فإن النار بالعودين تزكى وإن الحرب مبدأها كلام. إن بطولة البحث عن السلام هي المطلب الأساسي الذي يجب أن تتميز به بلدان العالم بالحوار البناء بين أصحاب المعتقدات المختلفة للتنمية المستدامة والتطور الباهر الذي لا يثمر إلا في ظل من الهدوء والسكينة والطمأنينة والاستقرار. ومن ملك البلاد بغير حرب يهون عليه تسليم البلاد. والحوار أولا وآخرا هو الدعامة الأساسية لكل عملية السلام، لأنه أولا يتكون من الكلام فالفهم للغير فحسن الظن به فالتعامل يدا بيد، فإذا ابتعدنا بعضنا عن بعض ساءت ظنوننا بالآخر. ومن هنا لا بد من التشاركية ولا بد من التعاون بعضنا ببعض، ولا بد من أن تكون هناك مقتضيات نحن نكون داخلها حتى يرى البعض ما للآخر. إذا ساء فعل المرء ساءت ظنونه وصدق ما يعتاده من توهم. ونبي الرحمة يحثنا على ماذا؟ على القول الحسن أو السكوت. من كان يؤمن بالله واليوم الآخر فليقل خيرا أو ليصمت، فإن الشر يوجد في كل مكان والهدم سهل، إنما المهم البناء. الشراكة هي التي لا بد منها فيما بيننا حتى يكون التنسيق جيدا فيما بيننا وبين البلدان، وعليه ينبني كل خير وسلام. لا يوجد الخير إلا في معادنه، والشر حيث طلبت موجود. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause to His Excellency, the Minister of Islamic Affairs of Mali. You know, His Excellency focused on partnership. He said partnership. We have been discussing issues in the world. We cannot address the issues of the world without partnership. So, Your Excellency, you set the stage very well for this session. Thank you so much.
Very happy for you. I am very happy.
So, as I said, His Excellency set the stage for us to discuss partnership. And عندما ترون عنوان المؤتمر عن عولمة الحرب وعالمية السلام، المقتضيات والشراكات. في هذه الحصة نحن سنركز على الجانب الثاني من المؤتمر، المقتضيات وأهمية الشراكات، ضرورة الشراكات. ونبدأ بكينوت، بمتحدث رئيسي. So it's just my utmost, pleasure to introduce my good friend, Dr. William Vindley. Dr. Vindley is the Vice President of Fitzer Institute. Dr. Vindley is known to all of you and known to this particular forum. He served as the Secretary General of Religions for Peace for about 27 years before he made the transition. But his work is known around the world in terms of advancing peace and harmony. Dr. Vindley, please, the floor is yours for your keynote. Welcome.
So, my brother and our moderator, Dr. Mohammed El-Sanusi, thank you for your too kind invitation. I'm so happy to be together here in this forum. And as we all in our hearts give thanks to this beautiful land, to these beautiful people here in Abu Dhabi, and to their far-sighted leaders, and to our beloved Sheikh, we are united in our feelings of gratitude. I want to recall with you one of the presentations that we received earlier on remarkable initiatives. You'll recall with me Sheikh Abadi from Morocco reporting on the Common Word Project. And the Common Word Project is the letter on the love of God and the love of neighbor. And I believe that is the description of our forum, all of us here, in the love of God, the love of Allah, and the love of neighbor. And my comments are gratefully based on that. Mohammed El-Sanusi, as you said, given the globalization of the threats to peace, we know them: climate change, weapons of mass destruction, globally interlocking production and supply chains, pandemics, what we just heard of Taiwan and Ukraine. The forum naturally calls us to radicalize, go to the root of what partnership means, go to the root of partnership in our globalized world with globalized threats. I want to review that there are two reasons that I think the forum is placing this before us. The first is pragmatic. Very pragmatically, the forum argues that we need to face this. It recognizes that we are safe in the final analysis as the least vulnerable among us. There simply are no walls high enough to protect us from the vulnerability of the other. The privileged can bunker down for a little while, but in the end, their safety is the measure of the safety of the most vulnerable. We're all in this together. So pragmatically, the forum calls us to labor together, to partner together, to face the problems that afflict us all. Now, that's the explicit argument in some of the conference materials. Implicitly, the forum organizers know that there is a radically religious rationale for our needing to address the question of partnership. We are all radically relational. Each of us relates to a mysterious creator that we call Allah, that other traditions have another word for, but we are all radically related to this sacred mystery. We're related to each other as persons. The very meaning of being a person is our radical relationness to each other. We're related to our societies, and we're related to the earth that we inhabit together. And so if we're so radically related, Your well-being is my well-being, and ultimately my well-being is your well-being. And so again, we're called on religious grounds to partnership. So both of these grounds, the pragmatic and the religious, are precious to us as the Forum. Now, I'm going to ask us to think together about what would be the final destination for our partnership. I'm going to pose it in very radical terms, and I realize that we're going to have to walk there step by step together. But I would like to suggest to all of us, and for us to think together about the need for a decentered movement, a movement that does not have a center in the sense that it's not owned by a particular government, not owned by a particular organization, a particular religion. It is, in fact, owned by all of us, that we need today to have such a decentered movement. It would not eliminate any of the good work that's being done, any of the existing movements, any of the existing organizations, or any of the people, billions of them around the world, that are struggling their very best to do what is good. But a decentered movement, if we could imagine it properly, could help us all to align and collaborate in a single movement. Billions of people, millions of organizations, and already existing movements are, in a sense, already part of this decentered movement, but they don't yet know it as a decentered movement. They don't yet know it as a sense of global solidarity. Now, this is a very demanding, I think, possible answer to this challenge of partnership. I think it has a number of basic requirements, and then it has a number of technical requirements. And I'd like to review them simply for our consideration. Foundationally, we need, and I think the Forum is uniquely positioned to help us think this through, we need a fully holistic, comprehensive vision of peace, and under that vision of peace, a clear ability to see the comprehensive threats to peace. We started with the threats to peace, but threats to peace are known against a more positive vision of peace, and we need to sketch that positive vision for peace. And Islam and the other world religions, other centers, need to contribute to this. We need a holistic, comprehensive vision of peace that all of us can finally say, yes, I see myself in that vision of peace. If we need that comprehensive vision of peace for a decentered movement, we need something else. And let me describe it as something the entire human family is, in a sense, aching for. We need a new story. We need a new story for our human family. We need a new story that necessarily is a sacred story. It's not that we don't have sacred stories and that they're permanently valid. Islam has a sacred story. Judaism has a sacred story. Christianity has a sacred story. All of the indigenous people have sacred stories. But today, we need a new shared story that can respect each of our religions and can respect the fact that they are different, but at the same time that we have much, much in common. Now, we already have an existing public story, and this is largely the story of modernity. It's the story that's used in the United Nations, in most of our public institutions, in many of our public schools, and it has good points, but it's not a fully happy story. It's a story that is based, unfortunately, on the separation between the sacred mode of trying to understand, the sacred mode of questioning what is the nature of the real, and the scientific mode. Both of these are important modes of understanding, and we can't reduce one to the other. We need both of these, and we need a new story that can balance, harmonize the sacred mode of inquiry with the historic, with the scientific mode. The current story, the modern story, is not a fully happy story, as I mentioned. It reduces reality into inert and unconscious matter. It's not a relational story. It's a story too often of isolation, loneliness, and indifference, and those are some of its very bitter fruits. The new story must heal the divide between the scientific and spiritual ways of knowing, honor the religious diversity that we labor to align around, what we share in common, and help us, in the words of the Holy Quran, to truly know one another in the rich spiritual sense of the word know that the Quran uses. Now, what would this do for us if we had this story? It would begin to awaken the decentered movement's awareness as a movement. A movement needs a story, and if we need a new global decentered story, it needs a movement, it needs a story. And we would be central to try to build this story together. So it would awaken that decentered movement to being a movement. It would align the decentered movement's autonomous actors so that then collectively they would begin to add up to a comprehensive and coherent strategy. And such a movement with such a story would draw new members into it. There are technical requirements beyond these more fundamental ones. We'd need to have an open brand that all of us could affiliate with without surrendering our own identities or our own brands. We'd need to have special organizations committed to mapping who is doing what, where, in all of the subfields that deal with human flourishing or all of the subfields that deal with addressing today's deep burdens, deep challenges. We'd need to have organizations that were committed to curating the collaborative work across the field. We'd need anchor institutions that would commit themselves to being able to foster this decentered movement with a new sacred story that honors our existing sacred stories as well as science. Here, I think it's the forum that could be so priceless to help this move forward. I can imagine in many of your own imaginations the question arising, is this realistic? Is this possible? Is something so ambitious even likely to happen? Its magnitude and its interlocking requirements are very large indeed, and so we could dismiss it as perhaps simply not feasible. Let me report to you, however, that already, even among members of this forum, there are those working on bringing the Islamic story into such a new shared sacred story. Let me report to you already that there are foundations, including my own, the Fetzer Institute, which are changing their missions from being funders of this project or that project to becoming the backers of a decentered movement that would engage all of us. And they, in turn, are encountering foundation after foundation and high net persons of philanthropic interest that are committed to this possibility, bringing this possibility to birth. The sheer scale of our interlocking challenges, the sheer scale of our shared flourishing, I would submit, suggest that we need to start walking steadily towards that possibility of a decentered movement of movements. I have no doubt whatsoever that the forum could be an anchor institution and contributor of this possibility. I invite you all to ponder this as you say your prayers before God, asking, what does Allah ask us to do today together for our shared flourishing, and to shoulder address together, all of us as agents, the grave threats that we all face. For your kind patience to entertain my simple remarks, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vindley. Please join us in the panel, and thank you for your remarks. Dr. Vindley basically set the stage for us to discuss partnership. And as I said earlier, this is the second theme of this conference. We discussed the globalized war and the necessity of peace. Now we need the necessity of partnership. And for that, we have assembled to you religious actors and policymakers in this session. So how we can have that partnership together, هذه الشراكات. So we're going to have a discussion here, but we may need to end the session a little bit earlier. So I ask my panel here to be short so that we can have an opportunity for one or two questions as well. So I want to really begin this discussion by asking questions to the panel here. And please allow me to begin with Her Excellency Brenda Abdullah, who is the Assistant Secretary of Partnership. Look at the title, Assistant Secretary of Partnership and Engagement at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So Brenda is from the United States, and she has been forging and creating partnership on behalf of the U.S. government with civil society and many organizations. So Brenda, partnership is critical. Mm-hmm. We all know that Sustainable Development Goal number 17, calling for partnership between government, civil society organizations, and the agenda of no one left behind. We need everybody at the table so that we can basically address the issues of the world. What you have done to achieve that, Brenda?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. As Dr. El-Sanusi mentioned, I do have the distinct pleasure and privilege of serving as Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security in the Biden administration. I am one of a number of growing Muslims serving in the administration, and I'm honored to be a part of a very diverse administration and to represent the department here today. It is very fitting, of course, that the theme of this conference is partnerships, and really grateful to the organizers for inviting us here today and also focusing on such a key and critical effort. And I would say that for the Department of Homeland Security, we recognize that trusted partnerships are absolutely critical in everything that we do. My office, the department, I should say, represents 250,000 employees that are responsible for securing the air, land, sea, and borders to prevent illegal activity and facilitating travel and trade. Our subject matter experts and security professionals work day in and day out on a complex range of issues, everything from disaster preparedness to cybersecurity. But one of the most critical efforts that I am most proud of to share today is that we stood up for the first time and convened a faith-based security advisory council of over 24 individuals that represent diverse faith backgrounds, law enforcement, and the intelligence community to advise the Secretary of Homeland Security on issues that impact faith communities. I'm honored to be here today with one of our council members, Imam Majid, who is here today. This council looks to serve the communities across the country, and we recognize that faith leaders are critical partners in ensuring the safety, security, and resilience of communities nationwide. And by equipping our faith leaders with the resources they need, it leads to stronger communities and stronger democracy. And so to keep my remarks short, I'll just share, one item that we really value that faith and community leaders bring to the table is looking how best we can equip them to protect their places of worship. We recognize that in the United States, we face a dynamic threat environment that continues to evolve. And it is our sacred right in the United States and globally to practice our faith freely. And so to ensure that safety and security of communities, we look towards our faith-based council to advise us to lead to better policies and better resources to ensure the safety of all communities. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Sanusi.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is exactly the 3 minutes remark that I was looking for. So you set the example quite well here. I want to come to you, Your Excellency, Mohammed Saeed al-Niyadi. His Excellency al-Niyadi is the General Director of the Administration of Islamic Affairs and Endowment at the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Endowment here in the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency is strategist. You make strategies, that's what I hear.
I hope so.
And also, United Arab Emirates, you practice this partnership and you do it every day. And as a policy maker yourself, how we can advance partnership, engaging everyone, bringing everyone at the table. What are the key elements that you see today to basically have a successful partnership?
Dr. Sanusi is testing our stamina to provide whatever information in a very short time. I'll be speaking Arabic if I may. دكتور محمد جزاك الله خير. أعتقد أن الشراكة مهمة جدا لكل الأطراف المعنيين.
مايكروفون.
تمام.
Yes, good.
الشراكة جدا مهمة، لكن دائما حتى تجمع جميع الأطراف لازم يكون هناك هدف مشترك ما بين الأطراف، ولازم يكون أيضا كذلك يعني غاية وقيمة مضافة لكل طرف موجود. قد يكون طرف واحد وقد يكون مجموعة أطراف. قبل اللقاء كنت أفكر أفضل شراكة واحد يفكر فيها الإنسان، فاحترت ما بين مايكروسوفت وأبل، احترت ما بين سبوتيفاي وأوبر. هذه كلها مجموعة شراكات لحد الآن موجودة، لكن أفضل نموذج أنا أفكر فيه هي الشراكة الزوجية ما بين الزوجين الأم والأب، لأن هي شراكة ما بين شخصين مختلفين طبيعتهم جدا مختلفة ولهم اهتمام مشترك، غير المودة والمحبة اللي بينهم. الاهتمام المشترك هم الأطفال اللي هم نواة المجتمع. حتى تجمع هذه الأطراف لازم يكون هناك قيمة مضافة لكل طرف موجود. الأمر الثاني عندنا قيم ومبادئ مختلفة. إذا اتفقنا على القيم الفاليوز والبرنسبل مهم جدا أن احنا نتفق عليها. إذا هناك اختلاف ما بين قيمة وقيمة أخرى مستحيل الشركاء يتفقون على نتيجة مشتركة في ذلك. إذن الفئة المستهدفة اليوم أنا ممكن يكون عندي فئة مستهدفة غير عن المستوى الأخرى. مثال على ذلك اليوم ماركس وتارجت عندهم يعني شريحتين مختلفتين، لكن فشلت الشراكة لأن كل واحد فئة مختلفة. لكن عندك لويس فوتون وآي بي إم فئة مستهدفة البشر يشتغلون في تقديم وسيلة ونتيجة وقيمة مضافة لهذا الشيء.
Great. Thank you so much. You did even better. I mean, 2 minutes, so it's really great. I think we're moving quite well here. But you started really from the family, the foundation of partnership. So we need to work there to make sure that the partnership there is strong so that we can continue to move to the wider society, which really an amazing approach here. I want to turn it to you, Bob. So Pastor Bob Roberts, you know, is known to all of you. He's the founder of the Multi-Faith Neighbors Network and Global Net, and he is also a key partner to the Forum for Promoting Peace, to Abuظbي Forum for Peace, very key partner in a number of initiatives. So Bob, I understand you have been doing this at the practical level to achieve that. You engage imams, you engage pastors, you engage many civil society, you know, aspects of it. So can you just shed us some lights about the necessity of partnership we can't resolve problem without partnership.
Yeah, two things I would just say that are very important. If you're going to have the partnerships, they have to start before you have the situation you're responding to. So you've got to constantly build the relationship between government leaders, other clerics that are there. We had a situation in January where a mosque, a synagogue was held hostage by an extremist. The man was a Muslim extremist, and I knew of an imam from the part of the world this man was from, but this was in an area where they didn't have many Muslims. And so because I had a relationship with the police chief and the mayor and everyone, I was able to get this imam in order to negotiate with the man. And I wasn't the only one. There were other people that were helping. But we had those relationships in advance, so they went a long way. I would also say this. We're never going to know when we're going to have problems that we can benefit from what others have been through. In my country, the number one form of extremism and terrorism, I'm sorry to say, is white Christian nationalist. And white Christian nationalists many times don't go to a church, but if they do, I'm sorry to say they're going to be in an evangelical church, much like the one I go to. So that's where the greatest rise in extremism is, and terrorism. So what can I learn from Muslims? And I've been learning a whole lot. Right. How can we work with them? What can I learn from our government? And how we think deeply about how do we spot this? How do we address it? And it takes a whole community to be able to do that. So there's tremendous benefit from what all we've been through right now, because we're living in a time where there's extremists on almost every single religion. I mean, I could list the countries and the religions, but I won't. I may get in trouble if I do that. Yeah. But we all have challenges in that category. We have much to learn from one another. Experiences we've been through, we can put that into practice.
Wonderful. So, Bob, you really touch upon very important thing. You know, I call it preventive measures. So you are doing preventive measures through partnership. And that really gave me a segue to move to Imam Majid, which is next to you. And you do this together with Commissioner Imam Majid. By the way, all of us, let's congratulate Imam Majid for his appointment by President Biden as a commissioner for the U.S. International Commission on International Religious Freedom. So congratulations, Imam Majid. So Imam Majid is also the imam of one of the largest mosques in the United States, which is called the Adam Center. He's the executive imam. Imam Majid, you have been working with Bob. Bob mentioned preventive measures, using partnership, partnering with imams and evangelical pastors to prevent problems. But I also understand, Imam Majid, there are some challenges in making this partnership. So I want you really to focus on the challenges of partnership.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanusi. I would just like to say that disclaimer, I'm speaking in my personal capacity, not as a commissioner. I have to say that all the time. I would like to say that one of the biggest challenges of partnership is mistrust. How can you build trust in local communities between people of faith, with government, with the civil society? And I do believe that the trust issue can be resolved by building relationship. And in order to build a relationship, you have to have humility. You have to get out of your comfort zone to get to know someone. And I do believe that one of the challenges of partnership is the people who always assume that partnership means that you let go of your principle. You have to know what we're partnering about or on and how consistent that partnership. One of the biggest challenges, I think, is the involving second generation and women. And we have to have in every partnership a segment of society that sometimes we don't involve them in partnership. I'm talking as clergy here. Bob would be very kind to say that. And therefore, youth and women. Therefore, those are I think the challenges of partnership. How can we get young generation involved in building those partnerships so it can be sustainable
through intergenerational, religious, but also have gender equity and participations.
Thank you so much, Imam Majid, and really your focus on engaging young people as we continue to forge partnership is really a very critical element for a successful partnership. I want to come to you, my good friend Sharon Rosen here. So Sharon is the Global Director of Religious Engagement for the Search for Common Ground, and also she is the Religions for Peace Secretary General's Advisory Council as well. So Sharon, you have been doing partnership for long. I know that. And I know currently you're also working on a very big partnership in a number, I think it's 7 countries, trying to advance partnership by advancing religious freedom and other things. So the Search is engaged on this for a long time, Search for Common Ground. So if there is any specific examples for a successful partnership, because we have been discussing issues. We discussed climate, we discussed the economy, we also discussed the pandemic, COVID and all of that. But we need partnership.
Thank you, Mohammed. The drawback of coming last is that most people have said, everybody has said everything I wanted to say, but the benefit is that I can highlight specific points that are important for me. So yes, Search for Common Ground has been working on partnerships for many, many years. We have 5 foundational values, of which the first one is collaboration. Collaboration to build trust and to include everyone. And if you're talking about one particular project that I wanted to speak about, and that is a project or an initiative, it's a multi-year, funded by the Dutch government to promote, to advance and advocate for freedom of religion or belief or no belief across 7 countries. The countries are Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iraq, Kenya, Mali, Nigeria, and Uganda. And the purpose is to support the capacity of religious actors to engage in intra-religious dialogue, interreligious dialogue, and to build respect and cooperation around religious freedom, and to work together multi-sectorally with policymakers, with governments, and across regions and internationally to advance religious freedom, particularly in relation to those countries. And the initiative has the specific focus of amplifying the voice of women and youth and enabling them to be heard so that they can be part of the decision-making. Because as Imam Majid said, it is absolutely essential to include women and youth. One example of our work in Nigeria, one of our success stories from Jizra in Nigeria, is that both young men and women have successfully advocated to their local authorities for better electricity access across the board for the entire community, regardless of ethnicity and religion. And this has combated interreligious tensions over access to resources. It's provided opportunities for better economic stability for these young people, and it's actually reduced their vulnerability to radicalization or engagement, and it has supported their engagement in more activities in relation to religious freedom. So it's a comprehensive need. It's not just that we want to create partnerships for the partnerships themselves, but because it can really make a difference towards peace. There's just one other thing I wanted to say. and that is really to focus on this issue of women and youth. If women are 51% of the population, and an interesting parallel, 51% of the world's population is under the age of 30. So they have to be part of that decision making. And I was in a session this morning, a wonderful session on women in a workshop, but the whole panel were women, and it was a workshop that was small in relation to this plenary. And I was really proud to be a woman as I was listening to the women speaking there of the work that they're doing. But that's something that needs to be heard in the plenary as a whole, and that we need to move past that tokenism, which we unfortunately see too much, particularly within traditional societies, to make women and youth very much a part of that holistic decision-making.
Thank you, Sharon. You also added this dimension of the involvement of women in a successful partnership, and I completely agree with you. I was so impressed, by the way, yesterday when Dr. Muhammad Abu here, sitting in the front here, when he took the stage, he spoke of the critical role women played around the history. So that was really very good, Dr. Abu. Thank you so much for that. Now, I want to come to you. I have prepared questions, but I'm not going to ask them. I want a question from you, 1 or 2 questions. We have 10 minutes to finish the session, so we're sharing with you. But I want to begin with you, Dr. Peter Mandeville. If you can please give the mic to Dr. Peter. Peter Mandeville is the senior advisor to the United States Institute of Peace, and he is working on partnership, many aspects of it, and he also professor, at George Mason University. Peter, can you give us a couple of minutes about the necessity of partnership?
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I'll try to speak for less than 2 minutes because I think it's so important that we invite all of these voices into the conversation. I want just to briefly share one observation from my own experience working on issues of religion and peace building within governmental spaces. And this is to talk about one of the obstacles that we often face to building these partnerships. And this is the fact that the world of religion and faith and the worlds of government bureaucracy often employ very different frameworks and vocabularies that make these kinds of partnerships difficult to achieve. Take, for example, the Marrakesh Declaration that you spoke about yesterday. And of course, the guiding hand in all of this was our host, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya. I fear sometimes there is a risk that significant documents like the Marrakesh Declaration become, in the eyes of policymakers, something more like a decoration or an ornament, beautiful words, and they fail to recognize and to leverage the deep wisdom and practical resources that can be found in this kind of document. So what do we need to solve this problem? I think we need to create a space of translation, not linguistic translation between Inglisi wal Arabi, but conceptual translation, where people from the world of religion, the world of faith, who wish to partner and work constructively with their partners in government and in the worlds of practice in civil society, can sit down together with those in the worlds of government and civil society who also have an appreciation for the contributions and experience and wisdom that is in the world of faith, to bridge these two spaces and to turn documents like the Marrakesh Declaration into practical tools that will enable access to programs and projects that will increase inclusive citizenship and provide resources for those who find themselves discriminated against as minorities. And I hope that the creation of this kind of space will allow us to turn these statements and declarations, of which we've had so many over the years, into the resources and tools that they so richly deserve to become.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. And I understand that United States Institute of Peace and the Abuظbي Forum are partnering in creating such a space based on the meeting that His Excellency Sheikh bin Baya had with the President of the USIP. Now, any burning questions on partnership from the audience? Do you have any questions to ask the panel on the necessity of partnership? If there is no one, I will. I see Jack Rosinko raising hand from the very behind. Jack, make it just a quick question. And I'm going to take 2 more questions as he's getting the mic. Anybody has a question? A question. Please get ready. The mic will come to you.
Yes, Mohammed.
Yes, Jack, please.
Just a very quick question, and I think all of you could probably answer. Imam Majid said that one of the important things is building trust. And you've all done partnerships, you've all done that. So give us some examples of the best things that you've done that help to build trust. How have you found are good ways that you could build trust with these partners?
Thank you so much. Sister there, question. I love it. Please give it to the sister there to ask a question. Yeah. Anyone more sister would like to ask a question? Please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
My name is Khadija Diallo, and I'm the Director General of the High Authority for Awqaf in Niger. And our institution is basically a new institution with 2 years age, and I'm glad my brother is participating. My question about partnership. So the High Authority of Awqaf in Niger was created 2 years ago. Basically, we are using Waqf as an instrument to mobilize resources to fill in the gap in the social sectors, education, youth empowerment, basically building the dignity for the most vulnerable. And one of the first initiatives that we launched was the first public Awqaf fund for the orphans and the martyrs of our military. And one of the components that we kept in this Waqf is to work on changing the narrative on martyrdom. Because our military are being killed on the front by people who think that they are being martyrs. And before we launched the fund, one of the attacks was made during Maghrib prayers. So one of the thing that we should push forward is partnership to work on peace in the mind, changing the narrative on martyrs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a good, I'm glad to learn more about this. Oh, Bishop Angelis. I see my friend Bishop Angelis would like to ask a question. Please, Bishop Angelis.
Thank you, Muhammad. It's so wonderful to see so many wonderful friends on the stage. I totally agree with what Pastor Robert and Imam Majid have said about the ongoing relationship and what our friend in the front said about being bilingual conceptually and also in terms of understanding. But we all know that many of these initiatives are instrumentalized by authorities.
Mm-hmm.
So you roll out the religious leaders when there is a problem to solve, and you put them back on the shelf when there is no issue.
I see.
So how do we ingrain this into ongoing engagement? Because, again, as we've always said, we need to see religion as a formidable solution of 80% of the world's population. Because 80% of the world's population see themselves as affiliated to some sort of religion or belief. And how do we bring this message home as a matter of urgency rather than just as a matter of efficiency? Thank you.
Wonderful, Bishop Ingelis. One more question from a sister. I think I see, I see Sister Hurin Nisa is there. Give her the mic. So now, this is going to be a last question. I come back to the panel. But, so we're doing a good job so far. So let's see. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanusi. My question is specifically for Brenda.
You talked about the government with Homeland Security actually initiating committees that are bringing faith leaders from across the United States into helping the government deal with issues of hate and violence that are, we can see increasing in the United States. Can you tell us what the importance was that this committee was initiated in different departments in the US that are initiating more of this type of partnership, and how other countries and their governments can actually learn from this?
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to come back to the panel to answer and also do a concluding remark. I see, there is a burning question there. Okay, I will take it from the youth there. I will do it. Go for it quickly. Yeah.
My question is for Bob and Majid.
Yes.
From what I learned from His Excellency Mohammed Al-Niyadi, my mentor actually, I learned that when we work on a project, or any project, or sort of tasks, when we reach a level of maturity, we need to transfer this experience. So we need to transfer forward to our colleagues, the people ahead. I watched your project, what you are doing in a multi-faith network for a long time. And my question is for you and for all these initiatives, these international beautiful initiatives. When we will reach to this maturity to transfer this experience around the world? Because I travel to Latin America a lot, and the Muslim communities there, they see all these beautiful things happening around them, and they said, why these people don't reach out to us? They share these experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to start this concluding remarks with your mentor, His Excellency Niyadi. Their questions came for policymakers, and you are one of them. So why don't answer that before I move to Brenda? So because there are questions for policymakers, there are questions for trust and changing narrative. I'm going to give it to religious leaders, and Dr. Midley, get ready for it. And they are a specific question for Brenda, Your Excellency.
What Suhail mentioned is a very important thing. It's a matter of transparency, but it's a matter of mindset. The transfer of knowledge and experience and know-how is a must. All partnership will fail because it's built on people. But there are second layers of leaders or third layers of leaders. Once they take in control, they always forget what's happening, the context about partnership. So to reach out is important, and to understand a common interest, a value proposition is there. One more comment I would like to advise. Every relationship will end. Every partnership will end. So whenever relationship goes south, what's going to happen afterward? Are we going to speak about each other, or going to respect whatever relation we had before? That's an important factor, an imperative factor to make sure that we have the respect, we've gone to our value proposition, but also we transfer that knowledge, and I conclude my remarks.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. To you, Your Excellency Brenda.
Thank you. I'm going to try to answer 3 or 4 questions at once. As it relates to relationships with faith leaders, it is so important that we don't have what feels like a transactional relationship. What we absolutely don't want is that government only shows up in response to an incident. So we have encouraged constant communication, ensuring that we build those foundations of trust. So in instances like the hostage crisis in Colleyville, we knew exactly who to call. I knew that Pastor Bob Roberts would be in the room, and encourage our leadership across the department to reach out and build those relationships. So it's not housed with just one person, but that it is a departmental relationship. Also, to the point of transparency that was just mentioned, it's also very important that we are honest and that we listen to the feedback that we hear from our faith leaders, and that we build it into our policy making. And part of that constant communication is responding back to how we took the information that we received and how we utilized it to be responsive in our policy making. because no one wants to meet with the government over and over again and sharing the same concerns. You want to see a government that is transparent and responsive in terms of the concerns we're hearing out in the field. And to the other question about an example that other governments can look towards, we have housed at the White House is the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. That is housed at the White House, but every federal agency, including the Department of Homeland Security, has a faith center that conducts that regular and routine outreach. At the Department of Homeland Security, it's housed in our Emergency Management and Response Center, FEMA, which responds to hurricanes and disasters and COVID-19 response, which really, at its core, we know our faith leaders are our first responders. So I hope that answered most of them.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Brenda. Moving to this side of the table, to religious actors. Your final remarks. Taras was mentioned.
So I would say also Bishop Angelos, and it goes to Jack's question as well, this is how you build trust. I think like what Majid and I try to do more than anything else is facilitate relationships, because it's hard to kill somebody or be mean to someone that you become friends with. So you're talking about humanizing. So the way that's made long-term is when somebody becomes friends, then that relationship is maintained. We've seen that in multiple cities now. We've seen it in multiple countries. So the relationship, and what really helps that is community engagement. When you come together around some project. Jonathan Sachs talked about side by side. We talk about using our hands. When we work together long-term on a project, it has a profound impact, but it's got to be something we own. It's where we sweat together and we get close together. And we young man, we want to go all over the world. But at this point, what we have to do, Majid and I have to take up money from congregants. And so we don't have a lot of money. Sometimes we'll get like Templeton. I just met a minister from Uzbekistan. So they allowed us to go to Uzbekistan. We're in 10 countries now. Met someone last night, wants us in Iraq. And so they're going to do the build. So I don't know where you're from, but if you've got oil wells, we're there.
The UAE.
We'll come.
He's from the UAE.
Okay,
Just
come
for
on.
more information. Imam Majid, please.
First of all, I think that change begins in neighborhood. And you have to start locally. Any kind of movement doesn't have grassroots, does it not have neighborhood focus, it will not succeed, in my opinion. You know, they said that think globally and act locally. And therefore, those partnership has to be in the local community with religious actors, government, business people, civil society. And it has to be around human concerns. Today we heard something about health, environment, addressing the issue of mental health, youth suicidal, crisis now in the world. It has to be based on human concern and involving people in the local community. That's how then you can scale it up into the national level and then the global level.
Thank you so much, Imam Majid, focusing on bottom up, which is really very critical. Sharon.
There are 3 points that I'd like to make. First of all, in terms of the instrumentalization or working with specific religious actors, religious leaders, it's really important that policymakers have a comprehensive understanding from different leaders so that they're able to make judgments for themselves, and that they're not using a specific religious leader for their own ends, and then, as Archbishop Angela said, puts them back on the shelf for the next time. The other point I would like to make is that building trust takes time. It's not something that can happen overnight. And I'm working, and have been for the last many years, with Muslim leaders in Israel and national religious Jewish leaders. And the building of the trust is really an arduous effort, but at the same time, it really reaps dividends if you can find the religious language that helps them to understand each other deeply. And this links actually to what you were saying, Peter, about finding language that people can understand. Education is really important, whether it's between religious leaders or between policymakers and religious leaders. You have to find the way that both can understand each other. And maybe just to give a final plug for an online course that USIP and Search developed together, which is in 3 languages, in English, French, and Arabic, which is specifically focusing on religion and peace building, a common ground approach, and which, from what I hear, is one of the most popular online courses of USIP.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Dr. Vindley, final word from you in 1 minute, trust and...
Well, thank you very much, Mohammed, and to the remarkable panelists. I think the panelists illustrate graphically, powerfully what I was trying to suggest. Each of these panelists are talking about collaboration, and there are thousands more like them. I mean, not exactly like them, but committed like them. And we don't yet have a common story, and we don't yet have a way to find each other, and find each other as, in fact, colleagues in the same large movement dealing with different, equally critical segments of it. And so I think the forum is pushing us more partnership that each of you represent. In my formal work, I was exactly like you, committed day in and day out to partnership among the world's religious communities in some 90 countries. But we need something else as well. We're now at a level where more of what we are all doing is necessary, but not enough. And we need that not enough that we've got to fill in together. And that's a shared sacred story that can animate for us how we are all in solidarity with each other in, I called it a decentered movement, one that honors the identity of each of our respective organizations, movements. And we're only in the earliest stages, but that's the challenge I believe is still before us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vindley. I want to make one announcement. The award ceremony is moved up to 6:30 p.m. So in 50 minutes, everybody needs to be in that room next door for the award ceremony. But to conclude, I want to thank you all for attending this session. But above all, I would like you to express your thanks and gratitude to Vice President Dr. Vindley, General Director Sharon Rosen, Assistant Secretary Brenda Abdullah, Director General Muhammad Al-Niyadi, Pastor Bob Roberts, and Commissioner Imam Majid. So let's express our appreciation. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the award ceremony, and I will see you around.
نذكر أن حفل الجلسة جلسة يعني جائزة الإمام الحسن سيكون هنا في نفس القاعة الساعة 6:30 إن شاء الله. فالمرجو من الجميع الحضور وعدم الابتعاد من القاعة إن شاء الله.